All right, everybody, how you doing? It's News Debates. I am Lee. Great to have you here. Awesome to have friend of the show, patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter Shannon right with us at the top of the show. And hey, look who it is. Another patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter, MC Funk. Great to see you both here. MC Funk's just on the listener train right now, but Shannon is joining us as a speaker. How you doing today, Shannon? I want to do a long show, so let's get ready for the long haul.
I'm doing well. You're late.
But par for the course, right?
Just wanted to point out that you were late. I had been waiting for you.
My apologies, dear Shannon. My apologies. I was working on a few things. I like to, optimize, try to become more efficient in what I do. And, I'm always doing that. Did a little bit of too much of that today. But perhaps here might be an enormous fruit from that labor. Um, Miss Mr. President, we're going to get to a lot of things on today's show, but first off, how are you doing?
It's going to be a tremendous show, just tremendous. And I'm excited to talk about all the amazing things we're doing to make America great again. So let's get started and make it a fantastic conversation.
That sounds a bit better, right? I feel like that's improved.
He sounds better. I'm worried about your voice, Lee, because it usually gives up around 2 hours. I want to see how it goes for 4.
Hey, that's right. MC Funk knows back in the day, we did quite a lot of shows that went pretty late into the night/early into the morning. And I think he tells the story about the first show he listened to. And we are like, I don't know how long it was. I used to do like 8-hour shows, not every day, but often. So you're right. The vocal cords, we'll have to see how long they hold out. But that just means Shannon, MC Funk, everybody else, President Trump, you guys got to throw in a little bit more, perhaps. Okay, Shannon. So let's get to it. You're our lone speaker right now over on Twitter Spaces. Request to speak over on Twitter Spaces. We're also live over on Stereo. My poll for Stereo: bombing Iran was good. It was a good move, or bombing Iran? Ooh, double pronunciation. Bombing Iran was a bad move. We only get 2 options on Stereo, so there's not a lot of give there. It really is just binary. Right now, I'm going to say good move. Thus far, seems to have been pretty consequence free. We've had a nice, 1-2 punch on Iran's nuclear program. We'll see what happens with that. But boy, if it's just we take turns attacking Iran and nothing happens, hard to disagree with that. All right, but Shannon, it's your hot take. What's up your sleeve?
Oh, can we talk about the alligator Alcatraz?
I heard about
To
this. They're
fit
going to
right in
build
there with
some
the
sort of prison in
inflatable
the
alligator.
Everglades, right?
Yeah, yeah. And that could just slide right into, Bezos's wedding because they were threatening to put out inflatable alligators.
Yeah, I saw people protesting the Bezos wedding. It was like, if you can pay this much for your wedding, you can pay more in taxes. It's not his fault that America rewards rich people. If he's cheating on his taxes, that's one thing. But to just say you're rich, you need to pay more in taxes is a bit ludicrous, don't you think?
No, I think the rich should pay more in taxes.
Yeah. But to attack someone and be like, "You're spending a
Oh,
lot on
well,
your
yeah.
wedding," which is
But I got
apparently
the
a big day for someone to get married, that you should pay more in taxes. Well, it's like, assuming he's not cheating on his taxes, I'm sure he has very good tax people, so he's using every benefit he can, but assuming he's not breaking the law, does that sort of,
yeah, but that
because of
protest that
this make sense?
well, that sign was in, Italy, wasn't it? That sign was put up in Venice, wasn't it?
Oh,
So,
yes. Okay, so
because
fair
Amazon
enough.
from
We'll have to blame the Italians, but Jeff Bezos is American. So I mean, like, looking at him, is it his fault? I don't think he's cheating on his Italian taxes.
well, I don't know. I don't know what they pay for Amazon over there. Probably not. They probably
Okay,
have a
but
much stricter
Shannon, let's not the
policy
play. Well,
than
I don't know, Lee.
oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not saying he cheats on his taxes. People are saying this. This is just what I hear.
Well,
If
his
you're
ex-wife is much
rich,
better at giving away stuff
criticize the
than
tax policy. I wouldn't shout someone down or try to ruin their wedding because I don't think they pay enough taxes if they're not breaking the law, right?
oh, that's true. Yes, 100%.
Hey, that's all I
How
was
do you
looking
hit the
for,
target?
everybody. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted, and I finally got it. All right,
Maybe
this is a
Mackenzie
video,
Scott's
so
paying. Maybe Mackenzie Scott's paying the protesters. His first
remind me who
wife.
Mackenzie Scott is.
His first wife that started Amazon with him. She gives away all her money.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I would say started Amazon with him. Everything I've read really gives him credit for that. I would say she maybe was there and helped. I don't think they're co-creators of Amazon, but perhaps because of divorce law, it turned out to be that way legally, but okay. All right, let me bring this up. This is from NPR. Hey, NPR is still a thing apparently. NPR, they tried. Still a thing. What to know about alligator Alcatraz? Florida migrant detention center in progress. Florida officials are turning an airfield in the Everglades into a migrant detention center, nicknaming it Alligator Alcatraz due to its proximity to the apex predators. Wow, well written. Who wants to defund NPR with writing like this? The Florida Attorney General proposed the project last week, saying in a video on Twitter that in support of the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis had asked state leaders to identify places for temporary detention facilities. He says, I think this is the best one, and I call it Alligator Alcatraz. The 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. It's an efficient, low cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. I guess people get out. There's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Python Alcatraz doesn't sound so good.
Pie
What do you
gator.
think about this, Shannon?
Pie gator. Gator pie. Gator pie Alcatraz. Well, what did the Gators do? Don't call it Gator Alcatraz. They didn't do anything. Um, but I'm more concerned, like, if you go down, it's being funded by FEMA, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, let's try to get to some of these details. Originally, this area was intended to become the Everglades jetport and was envisioned as the largest airport in the world, but development stopped in the 1970s over environmental concerns. So they built an airport, I guess a beginning of an airport, and it just kind of sits there and is used as a precision instrument landing and training facility. Environmental
Well,
organizations and immigration advocates, one second, have expressed concerns from potential consequences on the fragile Everglades ecosystem to the well-being of the people who will be detained there. Well, I mean, if this airport's already there, unless they do something significantly worse to the environment, I don't see that being a concern. They talk about the consequences of people being there, especially in the hot summer months, that's a more legitimate concern. I don't know that it means that they can't do it, but I would say that's a better concern. Several hundred locals gathered outside the property gates on Sunday to protest the detention center and call for protection of the land. I don't see anything about FEMA in here.
Keep going. It's about halfway down. Look for Christy Nome. She made an announcement on it
She
yesterday.
had an allergic reaction recently, right?
Yeah, she was in the hospital. She also had her wallet stolen, around Easter,
Oh yeah,
too.
that was a back
years
in the
out.
day. That's old Christy Nome news, please. Okay, who's paying? Nome said in a statement that the project will be funded in a large part by FEMA's Shelter and Services Program. So that could mean a lot of different things, but that's what that says. Getting some computer noises. The program was created in late 2022 to help cover some of the costs for communities sheltering migrants who have been released by DHS and are awaiting court hearings. It provided reimbursements to state and local governments as well as nonprofits in 35 communities throughout 2023 and 2024. So it's already being used for this. So this is no different. Unless you had a problem with it back then, I don't see this being an issue. Tell me why I'm wrong.
That it's being funded by FEMA?
Because they already were using FEMA money for immigrants. So how is this different?
I actually didn't realize that. I guess
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
been
read
going
the
back as far
story.
as 2023 and 2024 fiscal years.
But I thought the Federal Emergency Management Fund was for state emergencies. Well, I guess
You
they
don't
could
think
classify
having people
ICE.
just run into the country and have nowhere to go is an emergency?
Well, I would think that would come under Customs and Border, but
You would think
or
so,
ICE.
but as far back as
I
2023, you would be
sorry.
wrong.
I guess I am.
So I can understand that, like, in general, we don't like this because it doesn't make much sense, but it's already been happening. And I think you can clearly make a case that FEMA doesn't have to be for hurricane or wildfire. It's just disaster relief. And this is a humanitarian disaster. Whatever people think about an open border or no immigration at all, having this surge of people coming in, this is why the Biden White House built the wall. They continued building the wall after Trump left office. Didn't get a lot of press, but look it up, it happened. This is why Obama and Biden deported something like 3.5 something million people. It's a real issue. It's not a forest fire, it's not a hurricane, but I'd say it's a disaster.
I wouldn't when they're not funding FEMA actual disasters like the tornado or what happened in what's her face's state, Huckabee's state. Was it a tornado or was it a flood? Something happened in
Is that
Huckabee's state. They're
Arkansas?
getting refused. Yeah, they were getting refused FEMA funds, and I know she wrote a big thing or requesting it, and they got refused following the deadly storms in March. So it must have been tornadoes or floods.
So you mean Sarah Huckabee Sanders, is she the governor of Arkansas?
Yeah.
So she requested FEMA relief and was
Yes.
denied? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but that happens
And
all the time. So from what I understand, governors have to request FEMA because that's a federal amount of money, right? Governors can
right.
declare disaster areas, disaster counties all they want, but I believe that's state level. So to get federal recognition and to get federal dollars to help people, however you define helping people, they have to request the federal government. And of course, any system where you request, if it's worth its weight, it will deny some requests and approve others. So I mean, unless there's some specifics we can get to that in previous cases something like this was not denied but here it was, I don't have a problem with people requesting FEMA money and getting turned down, just like I don't have people requesting asylum as long as they get turned down some of the time or a lot of the time. That's not really been the case up until Trump.
What do you that they haven't gotten FEMA money before Trump, or
No. So my point is any program, whether it's asylum or FEMA, should not be just
right?
a blank check. So the
Oh, of
fact
course
that
not. No,
someone
no,
gets
absolutely
turned
not.
down for FEMA money is fine with me as long as there's a reason why. And if someone gets I was just drawing another conclusion. If someone gets turned
Yeah,
down
yeah,
for
yeah.
asylum, I'm absolutely for that because I don't want asylum to just be this fake thing where people can come into the country and stay as long as they want, which up until Trump was basically the case.
Well, I mean, people were getting deported. The difference is they were having due process where they're really not
No, I
now.
would not say that's the difference. I would say the difference was that some due process was there that is not there now. Other people were just never gone after. I don't think that's the correct way to describe the difference between Biden and Trump at all. Some people just were not sought, even though we knew they were here illegally.
That's
Is
true.
Trump eroding,
Workers and stuff,
the
workers
rights of
and stuff were
people?
not.
Yes, he absolutely is. But also he's going after people that are breaking the law that other people would not do, including the first Trump administration, other Republicans, and certainly other
Oh,
Democrats.
absolutely. But I think they should be going after more the employers of than the employees.
Why not both? Why
That
not the
too. Yeah.
employees and not the employers? I mean, these people are breaking the law. So I know we're getting off the alligator
Oh,
Alcatraz, which
sorry,
is
my
great
alligator.
name,
Because
great name. But if we get into immigration, if you came here illegally, my general response is leave. I feel like that should be the general response, and the exception should be you get to stay rather than the other way around, which is what I feel like it's been like up till now. And it's still that way for most people. Trump has not done as much damage as people actually think he does when you look at the numbers. There's a lot of fear out there. There's a lot of protests and stuff. When you look at the numbers though, it's just really a small dent in the overall crisis.
right. I mean, I don't think they should be arresting them at immigration court because they're going to immigration court to try to do it legally, or why would they go?
I'm sure that's a very small number. I don't know that case specifically, but if that's happening, I'm sure it's a very, very rare occurrence. And if someone has been here that long that they're getting arrested at immigration court, my guess is there's a reason. Just because you're here doesn't mean you can be. Aside from the random guy that got deported to Venezuela that was ordered to come back, and then they're saying, oh, he was guilty of these crimes. Aside from that, and like one or two other high profile cases, from what I can tell, everything that has happened 99% of the time, people who thought they could just break the law, who all of a sudden could not break the law anymore.
I didn't even think about those. I was thinking about what was it? The one is he running for mayor of New York, governor of New York, New Jersey? That got arrested
There's an
and
illegal immigrant who's running for governor of New Jersey. What? I'm
no.
lost here.
He was with uh he was at immigration court with an immigrant, and both of them got arrested when they came out.
Once
He got
again,
arrested
this
because
is this is the
he was linking
smallest
arms
of
with
the
the
small of the small. This is not your average case. If you want to look this up, we can talk about this, but I don't understand why you keep pointing at these small needle in a haystack cases. The vast majority of people who have been deported, and it's not even close, like 99% or higher, the vast amount of people who have been held are guilty of violations of American immigration law.
Can't hear
And
you. You're breaking up.
cases, oh, I'm breaking up. See, this is what happens. You get angry and the internet gods attack you. Is this better, Shannon? Oh, Shannon. So right now, I see that Shannon is muted.
You're rubber banding now.
Can you hear me now, Shannon? I'm not sure what's
There you
going
are.
on. Oh, hey, there you are. All right, let's take a break. Let's see if we can get the internet back on our side. We have a message over on stereo. Hey, it's Miss
It
Smitty. Always
sounded
great to
like
have
we're
you,
getting
Miss
a call
Smitty.
or something. You
And
were.
it's always great to have a opposing viewpoint, as often Miss Smitty is to my own here on the show. Let's hear from Miss Smitty.
I think the current total is 70 American citizens who have been detained by ICE. So I'm wondering what those people did wrong. Also, do we not care about due process in this country? Because even undocumented immigrants are entitled to due process according to our Constitution. So I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem like we're following what we're supposed to be following here.
So, great message. Please leave us some more messages, Miss Smitty. I'm going to try to look this up. How many American citizens have been detained by ICE since Trump took office this year? So we say this term. Now, when you say detained by ICE, that could mean a half an hour. That could mean a week. So just want to point that out. That could mean a lot of different things. Just like some people are detained by the police and then they're released, they're never charged. Our system is not perfect. Sometimes people are purposely detained so that they can ascertain if they were involved in something, if they have information. So, once again, just being detained is not a violation of someone's rights. In theory, that can happen to any of us. Detained for how long? But I believe you said 70. So let's see if just that number matches. Okay, so it looks like I'm not sure where that number came from, and I really doubt that number, but let's share this. We're sharing this over on YouTube. No, we're sharing this on Twitch and Rumble. Yes, Twitch and Rumble. From
I
ChatGPT,
actually
ICE
fact
does
checked it
not
earlier
publish
for a
official.
community note.
Sorry, Shannon, what was that?
I actually fact checked that number on a community note earlier on X. The 70 that they're using on the meme of U.S. people that have been detained is from between 2019 and 2025. So,
So
yes, they were
even
detained. But
that
it's
is
not
not
just
accurate
here.
because clearly that's not Trump. And well, she didn't. Yeah, okay, Miss Smitty didn't say it was Trump, but that's what I
Right.
got
No,
from
yeah.
the comment. But
The meme that's going
that's
around says it
5,
was
6
under
years.
Trump, but it's over the last 6 years. They
Okay,
have not
so
reported
1
on
second, Jen.
what they have
ICE
detained.
does not publish official stats on how many U.S. citizens have been detained, including ICE, since Trump took office earlier this year. So there's no definitive number available. Here's what we do know. Media outlets and watchdogs have documented multiple cases, dozens, not hundreds, of U.S. citizens wrongfully detained or deported by mistake. And once again, how many people were detained by ICE or deported by mistake under Democrats or under previous Republicans, including Trump's first term? Well, that thing that we just heard Shannon fact check in theory, I haven't seen it. We'll just take her word for it for a moment here, hypothetically. That certainly covered not Trump. So, what are we comparing it to? It sounds pretty bad, but there's no basis for comparison. And also, what does it even mean? So, there's lots of questions here. From 2015 to 2020, ICE mistakenly arrested around 674 U.S. citizens, with 70 deported long before the current Trump administration. Wow. The Government Accountability Office found that ICE isn't required to even track citizen detentions, meaning cases may go unreported or unrecorded. So I assume the number is even higher. Members of Congress have repeatedly asked ICE and DHS for data, but have gotten no answers or official figures. Bottom line, there's no comprehensive data to answer this question. Only fragmented reports of wrongful detentions, cases like Jose Hermosillo, Jonathan Guerrero, and others. Okay, so that's what I got. Miss Smitty, I'd love to hear from you. If you want to shoot back and tell me where I'm wrong or want to point me in the right direction, really appreciate you. You're always welcome on the show. It's great to have you. Okay, Shannon, was there anything else you wanted to add?
With alligator Alcatraz?
We can go back to that, but along this sort of thing of people
Oh,
being
no,
detained and being deported.
No, I just didn't have the because when you rate community notes, someone else has written them, and then I fact check them off what they put in the note. Because I rate community notes on here, and that was one that came up earlier today. That's the only I just didn't. I mean, I could try to find it if you wanted it on how many U.S. citizens have been deported, but yeah, it's more that.
Well, I don't think we'll know. So I
Yeah,
think at most here we know that it's not 70 under Trump. It could be
Right.
70 in the past 6 years, but even that's a sort of
Right.
guess. And then I don't believe she said deported, she said detained. So what does that even mean? You know, I can be detained by the police and my rights are not infringed at all. My rights have been obeyed 100%. So I don't even know that we can begin to fathom what the number is or even what we're
detained
talking
is
about
also
without getting into more
right. I
specifics.
mean,
Yeah, Shannon?
no, I agree with you. Detained is different than arrested. I mean, when you get pulled over by a cop, you're detained until they say you can go.
Hey, that's
It's
a
not
good
being
point. You are
arrested,
detained
so
in your car, right? Yeah, and if you
right.
fight that command to be detained, then they will arrest you and beat your ass
Correct.
because they have the right to detain you just to see what's going on.
Right. If they pull you over
Just
for a,
imagine ICE
a
kicks in the
violation.
door of some meat packing plants or like some Home Depot, a bunch of guys are standing around. Imagine half of them in the meat packing plant or half of them in the parking lot are US citizens. It's not like they, you know, have an identifier, you know, like a la World War II Star of David. So you just arrest them all, you detain them, and you figure it out. Well, if you go back and look, oh, look at 40 people were detained who were, you know, it's easy to see how those numbers can be inflated in a way that I don't think represents actually what happened.
Right. Like the one I was talking about with the mayor. I think I don't know if he's running for mayor or governor because I think Cuomo's running against him. So that would be governor, right?
Cuomo is running for the mayor of New York. He may be the
Oh,
next
mayor.
mayor.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. That it's the other Democrat that's running against him that's leading right now. He was the one that was detained in ICE court because he was locking arms with an immigrant that was in court at that time and they wanted to arrest him. And he kind of pushed an officer, sort of.
Okay.
I
Well, then
guess.
I feel like he got what he deserved.
Yeah, I knew you were
People
going to
who
say
don't
that. I mean,
follow
it didn't
ICE
really look like a
commands
push
should
to
be
me, but
held responsible for those actions.
he just wouldn't let go of the guy, which is more that it was that, because one guy, one officer or a
If
couple
you are
officers pulled on
commanded
one
by
guy,
an
and
officer to
right.
let go of another individual and you do not, get ready to be beaten.
Well, he wasn't beaten; he was just ripped apart. But
So he got off easy, is what you're
it
saying.
didn't look like an assault to me, but that's what they charged him with: assault on an officer. But
Well, once again, charged versus
yeah,
convicted.
right,
If I go and spit on someone, I can be charged with assault, whether or not I'm convicted of that, you know.
right, absolutely. Absolutely. But that's what I was referring to. But yeah, yes, there have been questionable arrests, not detainments, but arrests.
I
And
absolutely
questionable,
agree. There's
obviously
been
questionable
questionable deportations, there's been questionable
patients. Yeah.
arrests, questionable the detainment of people, but once again, 99%, not even close, legitimate. These people broke the law. No one did anything about this for decades, and now finally we're enforcing the law. This is why this has been continually happening, and mostly this has been going in a way that has not been impeded by the courts, because when it's challenged, eventually they side with Trump. We can look at specific cases, but generally, his mass deportation scheme, which once again sounds a lot scarier than it actually is when you look at the numbers, is completely illegal. I'm sorry. Oh, wow, Freudian slip. Is completely legal because this is what a border policy actually looks like if you enforce it.
Yeah, I mean, didn't that, I thought it, they used to give like tickets or something if you like if they found out you were illegal here. Like it wasn't a immediate deportation like we're doing now, which is a failure. Because
So from what I
I'm not
understand,
saying it was
when you
right.
cross illegally and were not caught, that's different than coming to the border, asking for asylum, and then being allowed to stay in the country, and then maybe not showing up to your court hearings or showing up to. So once again, there's so many different levels, but we didn't get to millions of illegal aliens who came here with permission and overstayed, or came here and asked for asylum and overstayed and didn't go to their court hearings, or just came in and were never part of the system. That didn't happen by accident. That happened by design. Once again, we were not enforcing policy that's been on the books our entire lives. Sure, it's changed here and there, but it's never been legally an open border. But it basically has been a de facto open border because no one, including Republicans, have really wanted to do anything about it. So I don't like Trump. You know, Shannon, I support Shannon's MAGA trolling. I think it's a good time that she does over here on Twitter Spaces, X Spaces. But he has a point. This is why he won the elections. This is why he did so well with Latinos. People who came here legally do not support illegal immigration. They never have. So,
That's true.
it's sad. I don't like seeing families
He
torn
could have
apart.
gone about it
But
in a better way. He could
yes,
have gone about it
absolutely.
in a
He could
better
have
way.
gone about it in a better way. But you know what? Maybe it took someone like this to do it. You know, if your job is to kick people out of their home when they can't pay their rents, I don't know that there's a great way to do that. There's certainly worse ways, but is there a good way? Probably not. So
Well,
maybe
I'm
you
saying
need
like
someone.
especially with like the farm workers and the roofers and all that, they could have expanded the HB visas before doing this. Maybe give them to the employers to give out to non-criminals that work there. You know what I mean?
That I do
Or
not support. If you
instead
are
of
here illegally right now, you need to leave, and I 100%
or bring
I
in more
100%
workers before
support
we
forcing you to leave. Now, is that gonna create problems? Yes, farm workers, absolutely. But
or
I
bring in
don't
more
think
farm workers before before deporting them
I
all.
don't
So we
think
don't
we
have,
can do that right
especially
now.
in
I
our
really think the
summertime.
only thing we can do is stop the bleeding, perform the surgery to fix the damage as much as we can, and once that's done, we can look at some of these other things. I don't think we can chew gum and walk at the same time when it comes to immigration.
Oh, I think
Other
we
than
could have expanded
maintaining
the
programs we have now, as opposed to
right.
increasing
I
them
think
like
we could
what
have
you're saying.
expanded those because they were cut. They were cut under Trump's first administration, the HB1 visas.
But they're cut.
So
It's been 4
right,
more
but if
years
we're
since then.
oh, absolutely. But if he was going to deport all these people instead of causing crises in the farmland in the middle of summertime when we're at our peak for food and putting all the tariffs on us, expand that HB1 visa to get those workers in so people aren't at risk of losing their farms and dairies and everything else that
Once
goes
again,
along with.
that when someone can't pay their rent and they get kicked out of their house, it's a bad situation. But
Correct.
it's a legal situation, and it's the one I generally support because that's how our country works. Can we do more things? Yes, we could, but I don't know if we can do all that right now, especially with the Trump administration. So maybe if we had a kinder Republican or a Democrat in the office who also wanted to enforce immigration law, we would be in a different situation. But Trump's not going to do these things. What Trump is going to do, however, is continue to enforce immigration law. And I feel not only is he legally right, he's morally right. This is the just thing to do. Our country cannot support these millions of people who are here illegally while we just sit and turn our back on American born and raised people who live in slums around the country. And those are people who have somewhere to
Well,
live, let alone people who are homeless.
well, I mean, he did pivot on his whole thing, saying farms, hotel, and restaurant workers should stop being deported.
Absolutely. You can't trust him on anything, except I feel like he's
Right.
going to
I mean, he
continue to
can.
do this. Really quickly, Shannon,
Yeah,
stay
I'm
with
trying to
me. I didn't
find.
realize. Sorry, Bjorn is over here on stereo. Let's try to bring up Bjorn. We'll also try to play some messages from Miss Smitty. And we have Apostate Nate joining us now over on Twitter Spaces. Want to hear from Apostate Nate. So bear with me. I got to kind of chew gum and walk in 3 different directions for a few moments. Hey, it's Bjorn. Okay, let's do this because Bjorn's over on stereo, and stereo is the thing where you can't raise your hand. So let's hear from Bjorn. Then we'll hear from Apostate Nate. Then we'll go to Miss Smitty if it works out in that order. Bjorn, good to have you. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah, I don't know. My internet's kind of funky. We'll do Miss Mini messages while I figure things out.
Okay, so we'll then jump over here to Apostate Nate, who's been with us a long time. Sorry, I'm a dummy. Saw you there and just didn't go to you. And then we'll hear from Miss Smitty, and then maybe we'll go back to Bjorn. So, Apostate Nate, great to have you. Patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporter, longtime friend of the show. How are you doing? Do you have anything specifically on this topic? We can also then get to some other hot takes.
Hi, Lee. Good to be here. Sorry I was a bit late. Went out for a hike and just lost track of time. I got to tell you that Lee, there are certain issues that make my head spin in so many ways. And immigration, I think, understandably, is one of those issues, the immigration crisis. How do you navigate humanitarian concerns with long held, laws that are on your books? And, there's that moral principle of a government consistently applying the law. And with something like immigration, I think even the logistics of it make it hard to consistently apply the law. And there are certain propositions on, both sides I don't really like. I understand that some form of an immigration system is probably necessary. And I also don't like the please show me your papers vibe that it kind of gives. I would not want to be anybody's border czar, I can tell you that, especially in the United States. I think it's important to recognize that the law, is important, and that the spirit of the law is often good. Sometimes I think we can get carried away, and I think maybe immigration is one of those issues where the right thing to do and the legal thing to do sometimes get a little bit murky. Godly, this topic makes my head spin. I don't think I could be the person enforcing a lot of these immigration laws. And if I were in charge, if you were here illegally and you weren't causing any ruckus, my ice would probably look the other way. I'll end there. Thanks, Lee.
So that's really good. The right thing versus the legal thing, and what you just ended on. So I guess that's a big difference between you and I. I really agree with you. I would not want to be in charge with this either. And it's been a complete mess, but my ICE would deport every single person who's here illegally. We would begin with criminals, people who perhaps are in our system, so we're aware of them. And then we would eventually get to people who've been here 30 years. Every single person must go. Or we have to have blanket amnesty. I am not for blanket amnesty, but if all of a sudden we had if it's an executive order or if it's from Congress, that everyone who's here is now a citizen, or everyone who's here who doesn't have a criminal record other than breaking immigration laws is a citizen, or everyone who's been here 10 years, whatever. If we had an amnesty, then I'd say, okay, let's take those people out of the must go category, but every other person is still must go. And I would enforce that to my dying day. I am sick and tired of our country being the most open immigration paradise in the entire world, and being the melting pot that Europe is not. Canada is very similar. I think Australia is very similar. But if you look at the numbers, we're the best, or we're like number two. Canada is also very good. They don't share a border with Mexico like we do, but for the position that they're in, which is much better than ours, they do very well. I'm sick and tired of that being the case when we're the only country in the developed world out of the rich and powerful countries that does not have national health care, that has the homeless crisis that only America has. I do not think for a second that when we kick everybody out, that means that we get national health care and solve homelessness. But I think that it's along the road that we need to walk to do those things. And at the very least, if we're not going to help Americans born and raised or American citizens of however long they've been an American citizen, I'm not going to allow us to bend over backwards for people who literally broke the law to be here. I can't support that. It makes no sense to me. So I'm really on the same page with Apostate Nate, but this is my bizarro Superman where we're absolutely opposites. You think if they're here, they're not breaking the law, maybe look the other way. I could not disagree more. I could not be more of a, can you do more than a 180 with not getting too close to where you're from?
Yeah, Lee, I get it.
I'm the exact opposite.
I get it, Lee. And this is one of those issues where Lee, I don't know. I just don't. I wish I had. I just know that I wouldn't want to be the one doing it. That's what I know. That's what I know for sure. Is I don't.
And I agree with you. I feel like I would blow my brains out after trying to accomplish what I just said, but I absolutely support someone to do it. You know, it's like pulling the handle on the electric chair or pulling the trigger on a rifle when you have a firing squad, which they're starting to bring back now because of the 3-drug cocktail problems. I don't want to do those things, but I support someone who can handle it doing it. Apostate Nate, put your hands up if you have something to add. We'll eventually get to some more hot takes, but we'll just stick with this one for the time being. Same thing with Shannon. We're going to hear from Bjorn and Miss Smitty, but MC Funk, who's been listening quite a long time over on Twitter Spaces, but is not a speaker, has left me some Discord messages. He says, the FEMA funds for illegal immigrants thing isn't really true. The $1 billion often mentioned actually comes from Customs and Border Patrol, is explicitly authorized by Congress, not some woke, unelected bureaucrat at FEMA, and it's just administered by FEMA via its Shelter and Services Program and is entirely separate from the Disaster Relief Fund. And actually, under Biden, disaster relief funds were never used for Shelter and Services Program, but under Trump version 1, so the first term, he diverted $155 million of FEMA's disaster relief fund for Shelter and Services Program. Lots of acronyms here. So yeah, if it's been the case in the past, which was the argument I made, I don't have a problem with it continuing to do so, even though I would argue it doesn't make any sense. But according to what we just heard from MC Funk, it's more being administered by FEMA rather than FEMA money. However, Trump in his first term in the White House did divert some disaster relief to this other thing that is still administered by FEMA. So perhaps a little bit of A, a little bit of B, but it seems mostly that FEMA is just kind of, running the checkbook, but it's not coming from FEMA pockets. And then MC Funk continues, how does someone know they're actually ICE, since they usually refuse to identify themselves with a badge or ID and operate in unmarked vehicles and uniforms? Wow, everybody. That's a really good point. Now, we just had that guy who shot, was it 4? So it was like 2 Minnesota elected officials plus their spouses. I believe 2 died, 2 survived. There was a manhunt. They now have him in custody. He had a police car from what I remember seeing. Don't quote me on this. I think he had a car that looked like a police car. He was dressed up like an officer. He also wore a weird mask, but whatever the case, I believe he's impersonated an officer, and that's someone who, if you ask a police officer, they have to identify themselves. I agree with MC Funk. From what I understand, ICE does not have that same sort of policy, or at least it's not being enforced, and they're getting away with not having to identify themselves. But even if they did identify themselves, how do you know? That's a really good point. And that's the secret police, show us your papers sort of thing that Apostate Nate was talking about just a moment ago. I don't like that. I don't like the way that Trump's going about this, but I once again would argue maybe you need this to accomplish the goal, which once again, thus far, 99% and even higher of people who have been detained and deported had it coming. As in they don't have the right to be here just because they want to. So I understand these are all problems, and I think for a lot of these things, I agree they're problems. I don't know that fixing them allows what I would call progress to continue. Getting people out of the country who many times should never have been here in the first place or overstayed their legal welcome. Okay, let's get to Miss Smitty, and then we'll get over to Bjorn because I want to give Bjorn a big chunk of time over on stereo, and hopefully his internet has gotten taken care of. So let's hear it again from Miss Smitty. Appreciate the messages, Miss Smitty. Take it away.
So is that something that you're okay with, them not having to publish the information about what they're doing, them parading around the streets of American cities in masks, not providing warrants or showing identification, just literally snatching people off the streets? You're okay with that?
So that was an older comment, and I think I've addressed some of those things, but I'll go ahead and just quickly address that now. I don't know, and we could look this up. I don't know the legality. So, like, if you're in your home and the police come in, they have to have a warrant. I think that's generally the case. Maybe there's some exceptions somewhere, but like that's what we all have grown up knowing and seeing on Law and Order and shows like that, right? I don't know how that works with ICE. I assume it's the same thing, but there might be an exception. ICE certainly is its own thing, and maybe they have some sort of different rules to play with. But then again, isn't the warrant supposed to be the basic rules that all authorities play with? So just pushing that aside for a moment, I have no problem with people going to volleyball practice and being picked up and detained by ICE because more than 99% of the people who are getting detained and deported are justly getting detained and deported. I don't care where they catch you. If you are here illegally, my advice is to go home now because this is going to continue. I support this continuing. I hope it's not as bad as it has been in some cases. I hope there are less people detained and deported who shouldn't be. But once again, we've already ascertained that this happened before Trump with Biden, and it happened under the first Trump. This just generally happens. This is not a new problem. I think we're hearing about it now because ICE is doing more deportations than they have previously in this short amount of time. It's certainly more high profile than it was in the past, even though it was high profile previously. And we're seeing counter protests. We're seeing the media latch on to cases that, yes, tell these people stories if they've been wronged by ICE and or other authorities. But once again, it's a very small minority of people. And that's why this has been allowed generally across all fronts of law to continue because Trump's just enforcing the laws we've always had. He's doing it in a very dickish Trump way, but even the courts have mostly, unless someone wants to correct me here, said, well, he can do this. ICE can do this. And I hope that continues. This is a major, once again, talking about FEMA, it's a major disaster on all sides. And the only way
I
this gets
put an
better,
article
I
about
think,
it
is
down
through
there.
this. Oh, Shannon, yep.
I put an article about it down there from the Hill.
Okay, great. We'll get to this in a moment. Let's jump over to Bjorn. We got another message from Miss Smitty we'll get to. But Bjorn, are you with us? Do you have a better internet right now?
Yeah, I think so. When I first came on, you were breaking up a lot, so I don't know if it was me or you.
That was probably me.
Yeah,
That
I'm
happened
just
to
gonna
Shannon
jump.
earlier, so I apologize about that.
No worries. Well, just jumping into the old convo. I guess I'm, um, if not obviously, on the side of apostate Nate as well. Think that what I guess if the system which you're creating, where you're having this basically like harsh punishment for this, like you said, technically illegal thing that they're doing, is, I think, kind of like, I guess I would put it in the same category, although I would put it like higher, to something like jaywalking. So, in terms of how our system has tolerated, and not only tolerated but accepted and incorporated people who are undocumented in this country, the system is of our own making. And so, because we as a government have allowed people to come here and we employ them and it's allowable, and our lots of our industries are supported by folks who are undocumented. This is something that we created. We have folks who we created a thing called DACA, and so folks who came over when they were babies and they didn't have any say whether they were brought over here. They don't maybe even speak the language of their home country. This is something that we created, and so for us to do 180 and then to start like throwing people into like Guatemalan prisons, that is terrible, and it's the opposite of humanity. I think that while your position is technically true, I think it takes the humanity out of the system. I think if I had to pick one of the options, it would be like more like something between like all the way amnesty and like improving our system for folks who have been here and having like a green card, getting a green card expedited or something. Kind of like DACA was kind of heading that direction, as there was like a path to citizenship. But what we've seen with like the Trump, where we have someone who's a bad actor, they're using those systems that people were using and doing through in good faith and showing up to the immigration office, and now they're using that as a tool to find them and arrest them and deport them. I think that's terrible and awful, and we should be ashamed of that.
So I like the idea of a spectrum. So if Trump's all on one end, which I would say what he's doing is very unique, and so I would say that's one end, and the other end would be we have some sort of wide-reaching amnesty that maybe is not just everybody in the country, but it's pretty far and wide-reaching. You seem to be closer to that than to Trump. So could you give me an idea of what that would be? So something that would protect people in a system that I don't know if I agree with you, but you make a really good point that without saying we allow you to be here, we've allowed these people to come because we don't enforce the law. We create economic opportunities, or there's economic opportunities that employers and Americans take advantage of that allows people to come in and find jobs. We look the other way, all these different things. We can argue about whether or not that's the same thing as passing legislation, but okay, it's happened. Don't disagree with that. What does amnesty look like? Because I don't think we can go back to the system we had previously. I feel like this has changed things. So I'd say, first off, Democrats have to get elected if they want to change things, and that's a big problem. But if we just push that aside, what does amnesty look like?
Well, I think I think we can talk in like possibilities and like ideas, but I think there's also like realities. I think that by using the system that we were doing to kind of like have like the amnesty or the refugee system, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called, like one something. Anyways, it's some app that people were using to like log their immigration status and wait on their trial. By like basically using the thing that we told them to use as like a weapon to basically find them and kick them out. I feel like like there's not going to be a great way to do it, because it's like, oh, never mind, we now like you and we're going to let you become citizens faster. So here's this new list that you can sign up for. Don't worry, if we get someone who like hates you and then like for years, they definitely won't use it against you to like kick you out. So I feel like there's been a loss of trust. Like there was not probably never a ton of trust there, but I think the amount of trust that the Trump administration is losing right now is going to make it even worse for any sort of like system that we're going. But I guess to answer your question, it would be something like similar to like DACA, where there was like this stage sort of thing where, you know, you like, hey, you're doing good, you've got a job, you're a great member of society, and you're not a criminal, so like we're going to expedite your citizenship. I mean, like getting back to the founding principles of America, we're a nation of immigrants. I mean, go read the. I'm not going to
Well,
misquote Lady
I'm not
Liberty.
I'm
Go
not going
read
to
the
sit here and
fact
listen to that again. Everything up to now has been really good, Bjorn. I don't agree with you on everything, but it's all been great until we get to that. That's like those signs that say
okay,
no ICE raids on stolen land. No. America started one way. We're not that anymore. This is a waste of air, man. I mean, you're
I
going
mean,
to claim
I
because we
guess it
used to
depends
just
on
take
how.
everybody that we have to take everybody all the time. There can never be a change.
No, but that's no, but it's part of a founding principle. And so, like, if you say like, "Hey, we are America. We're for freedom. We're for like." Or like we recognize the strength and diversity and the strength that immigrants can bring us. I mean, look at like our even like our sciences, and like look at all the folks who come over here who are like amazing PhDs and immigrants who and discover new technologies and medicines and all these things. All these
Those
folks
are
come
not
back and
the
they're not
vast
coming here.
majority of people who are getting kicked out of the country. There's one thing to talk about
All right, well,
stopping international students at Harvard versus raiding a Home Depot. Those are two very different things.
but not to Trump. To Trump, they're exactly the same thing. To him, they're from another country. They're gonna be
It's
folks that we can just
enforcing the
kick
law
out.
for people who
I mean,
shouldn't be here. Not stopping future international students, but if you kick out, like there was some academic person I read about who was detained by ICE. Like, so, okay,
mm,
maybe they're more useful than someone at Home Depot, but they're both criminals who broke the law. So you're right. It is the
yeah, I
same
mean,
thing.
but if you've ever sped or jaywalked, you're also a criminal. So like, should you like
Yeah, but
have
that
like
doesn't
the
get me
full
kicked
force of
out of the
law thrown at
country.
you?
Just like shooting someone isn't the same thing
I,
as spitting on the street and getting a fine.
yeah, but also like there's been examples of people who's had DUIs like 10 years ago, and now they're because they had a DUI 10 years ago, they're being deported. They've had a green card and they have families. And so, like, the level of like things that they are digging up in order to deport people with green cards is
So
not the
they were
level
lucky.
that
They
you're
probably should
describing.
have gotten
It's like,
kicked out 10 years ago and they got to stay 10 extra years. They're fortunate.
but like, just because you have a green card, suddenly you have to be like the most perfect human before you're gonna like be kicked out of the
If
country.
I'm living in a
Like,
foreign country and I get
garage.
pulled over for drunk driving, I assume I'm done. And the people here who have been able to get by with that up until now, good for them. But boy, not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I
They are
think like
guests.
if you become a citizen, it's kind of like tenure. Like tenure, like when you get your green card, you're no longer a guest. You don't have a visa. Like I understand what you're saying for like a
No,
visa.
you're still a
Once you're in
guest
that
unless you're a
actor, like
citizen.
pick them up.
That's how that, I mean, that's
The green
literally
card
what
is a
that
citizen.
means.
They're a permanent resident.
No, no. A
Yeah, that's what
permanent
it means.
resident is not Bjorn. Oh, this is basic stuff. A permanent resident is not a citizen. I can't teach you basic things, man. A
But
permanent resident is a citizen who can get a passport. A
it's
green card holder
I
cannot get
understood
an
it, but
American
it's
passport.
basically the same thing.
No, absolutely not. I die on this hill. You're wrong, but please continue.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, like, well, how does someone become a citizen if the green card is not that? I guess maybe I'm confused about
It's a it's a
the difference between
it's a it's a
citizenship and a green card.
journey. So
Is
you
there
go
is there a
from,
path from a
you're
green
here on
card
a
to citizen?
visa or you're here on vacation, however you get into the country, you come illegally. And
Yeah,
then it's a process. And before you can become a citizen where you like go stand in a football field if it's a publicized one. Otherwise, you probably do it at like a county courthouse or some government building and put up your hand. And that's after you've taken the test and passed the test and all those different things. That's when you can get a passport. You might not have a passport at that time, just like an American anywhere in the country may not have a passport, but that's when you're a citizen, you could apply for a passport. A green card is like, 3 out of 4 years of a bachelor's degree. Like, yeah, you're on your way, but you do not have a bachelor's degree until you have that bachelor's degree. So I could look it up for you, but I mean, that's generally it. It's a process, right? Bjorn, are you still there? All right,
He was
let's
breaking
let's
up a little
play.
bit.
Oh, okay. So you're there, Shannon. So I'll see if Bjorn can come back. Shannon has tweeted a bunch of stuff. We're going to get to that. I appreciate that. I have like 4 or 5 links she's tweeted. We have another message from Miss Smitty we're going to get to, but I'm going to prioritize my patreon.com/NEWZ debate supporters. And if you want to become one of those, support me over on Patreon. That's how it works. Bjorn, at any time, just go ahead and start talking because once again, you can't raise your hand on stereo. I'm not sure what happened. He has some young kids. Maybe someone spilled something. Apostate Nate, your hand is up, and after that, we'll go back to Miss Smitty on stereo, and we'll get to some of these links from Shannon, unless Bjorn joins us again. Yes, Apostate Nate.
Hi, Lee. Really, everybody, Shannon too, because I'm driving. I need someone to look up the average time it takes for someone who's applying for citizenship, say, who is a Mexican citizen looking for U.S. citizenship. I think for me, it's important to know how long that takes on average. And again, I'm driving, so I can't. But boy, that question is burning a hole in my brain right now.
6 to 15 months if you have all the requirements.
Well, that would be after living here for a while. That would not just be coming here and then 6 to 15 months. But yeah, I have 10 to 20 years, which is what I've heard from both people I know as well as some other things. So we can compare what we have, Shannon. This is ChatGPT
Right,
over
it's
here.
5 years. You
The
have to be
average,
a
one second,
permanent
the average
resident.
time for
Oh,
one second, the average time for a Mexican citizen in the U.S. to become a naturalized U.S. citizen. So that's someone who was not born here, or like John McCain, who I think was born in Panama, but his parents were in the military. So if you weren't a U.S. citizen from the get-go, you're a naturalized U.S. citizen. If you're a Mexican citizen, it takes about 10 to 20 years, often on the longer end. You get a green card, which is your lawful permanent residence, often 5 to 20 plus years. If you're applying from the perspective of you have a spouse who is American, it might take 1 or 2 years to get that green card, and then you could have it for 5 to 20 plus years. If you're applying through family preference, like you have a sibling or a parent in the US, Mexico has some of the longest visa backlogs in the world, probably because we share a border with them and there's a lot of people here who are clogging up the system. If you're the adult children of US citizens, it's 10 to 25 years, siblings, 20 plus years, married children of US citizens, 20 years. There's a bunch of different stuff here. And then your waiting period to get permanent residency is typically 3 to 5 years. And then your naturalization process, this might be what Shannon saw earlier, is 6 months to 2 years. So you apply to become a naturalized citizen, and that could take half a year up to 2 years. So this is your realistic total time estimate. If you're the spouse of a U.S. citizen and you're Mexican, it could be 4 to 6 years. If you're the parent of an adult U.S. citizen, 10 to 20 plus years. Sibling of a U.S. citizen, 20 plus years. If it's based on employment, so you're like a professor at a university or something, I assume that gets fast tracked more than someone who works on a farm, just guessing, 6 to 10 years. And if you're undocumented or DACA, there's no pathway unless current laws change. So I feel like that's an update because DACA, I think, was the whole purpose of doing that. Shannon, do you have anything that contradicts or adds to what I've just read?
No, I just didn't get a chance to finish. Yeah, it's 15 months, 6 to 15 months after you're naturalized, but you have to live here for 5 years as a permanent resident if you're over 18, 3 if you're married. Then you have to go through the interview process, which can take up to 14 months. So yeah, it's just added on and added on. But yeah, I hadn't finished, but you're right, Lee. Yeah, correct.
And then something happened over on stereo. I guess maybe my stereo connection is even worse than my Twitter Spaces connection today. I had to start the show off over. It said, "Oh, you've lost your connection. Try again." I'm going to see if maybe I can get my messages back. I don't think so. Give me a moment.
How dare you be driving apostate Nate?
I'm sorry, Shannon. Doing my best.
Yeah, so my apologies. She's not hearing me right now, but Miss Smitty had another message and was listening, and that message is gone. So I guess if you lose a connection over on stereo, it'll reconnect you to the same show. No, this is a different show. I lost my title. I lost my voting preference of bombing Iran is good or bombing Iran is bad. So I guess it just started a whole new show. So Bjorn might join us again. My apologies, Bjorn. My apologies to Miss Smitty, even though they're not hearing this now. I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully, this will not happen again. Okay, so I've caught up on everything thus far. Request to speak over on stereo, leave voice messages over. Oh, sorry, request to speak over on Twitter Spaces, leave voice messages over on stereo. I'm going to get to several things that Shannon has tweeted me over the past, I don't know, 30 minutes. I'm going to read from these. We can stick with immigration or we can go to a bunch of other hot takes. We haven't really talked about Iran yet. There's a bunch of different things we can go through. So feel free to change the subject, but I will go through.
Kind of a big one.
Oh, hey, it's MC Funk. Yes, MC Funk's with us. Okay, so let's do this. We can change directions. Yeah, stereo's a hot mess right now. I'll try to work on that. We can change directions, but let me just read this. So this is from The Hill. From Shannon. While ICE has claimed that its personnel must wear masks due to an alleged 413%, sorry, an alleged 413% increase in assaults on agents, there exists no constitutional obligation for law enforcement to identify themselves. Okay. So I think it's maybe just custom that I've asked police officers, I've read this in court documents, that if you ask them who they are, they will tell you at least their last name or like a number or something. But I'm guessing during a protest when they're fighting people, they probably won't. But if you just see a cop on the street, usually they will. But I guess there's no constitutional obligation that they have to. Some states and municipalities have laws on the books, however, requiring police to identify themselves in certain circumstances. But undercover policing is hardly new. Oh, that's right. So if you're an undercover cop trying to infiltrate the Irish mob and they say, "Hey, Lee, are you a cop?" You don't have to say yes. So clearly, I guess ICE could fall under quote uncover. That's one way to get out of jail on this. In 2021, Congress passed a law requiring federal military and law enforcement to identify themselves, but only in response to civil disturbance. Moreover, even if a law enforcement officer does cross a constitutional line and winds up facing a lawsuit, the Supreme Court has erected a powerful defense of qualified immunity that lets officers off the hook if a court determines that they acted reasonably. Although courts have held that police must identify themselves if individuals would otherwise believe they were being assaulted by a civilian, those cases are spotty. So I guess the end result is you do not have to identify yourself. There's no constitutional obligation. Some cities and states have laws that say you have to in certain circumstances, but even if they don't, police officers are unlikely to face any legal issues because of that. And generally, there's no constitutional obligation that law enforcement has to identify themselves. And there's a long precedent that undercover policing, you do not have to identify yourself. And perhaps, the federal government would just say all ICE agents are undercover. All right, so that's the first thing. Then, second thing, this is from the AP. Thank you, Shannon, for all of this. The Trump administration directed immigration officers in about 10 days ago, June 14th, the Trump administration directed immigration officers to pause arrests at farms, restaurants, and hotels after President Trump expressed alarm about the impact of aggressive enforcement. The move follows weeks of increased enforcement since Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff and main architect of Trump's immigration policies, said U.S. immigration and customs enforcement officers were targeting at least 3,000 arrests a day, up from about 650 a day during the first 5 months of Trump's second term. Okay, so this was a pause that happened 10 days ago. Then we're going to go over here to the Hill. The Trump administration's draconian immigration enforcement actions are raising the specter of American autocracy, prompting many to ask, perhaps for the first time, how the U.S. could possibly have gotten here. Videos of masked ICE agents in street clothes accosting unsuspecting people in public places or smashing car windows and dragging people into unmarked vehicles are all over the internet and social media. The behavior of ICE agents is also revealing glaring blind spots in the law, which has long been premised on the assumption that government officials mostly act in good faith, prompting the widespread question, can they legally do that? Rather astonishingly, the answer is yes, for most part. Yes, they can. So that's something that is a follow-up to what we read earlier. There's no constitutional obligation for officers to identify themselves. Okay, and then this is from CBS News. Arrests by Immigration and Customs Enforcement during President Trump's second term topped 100,000 the week ending in June 5th as federal agents intensified efforts to detain unauthorized immigrants. You can't even say illegal immigrants, Christ, in courthouses, work sites, and communities across the U.S., according to data from the government obtained by CBS News. Back in early July on Tuesday, or rather early June on Tuesday and Wednesday, ICE recorded more than 2,000 arrests each day, a dramatic increase from the daily average of 660 previously reported during the first 100 days of Trump in the White House. During President Biden's last year in office, ICE averaged roughly 300 daily arrests, so that's a big increase. The latest numbers show ICE is getting closer to meeting the far-reaching demands of top administration officials, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so more of the same. And then finally, from NBC News.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the June 14th article, then the June 18th article. So the one where he stopped.
I'm going in a bad order.
All right.
My apologies. I'm just trying to get through them all. This is from June 17th. The Trump administration has reopened arrests of immigration workers at hotel, restaurants, and agricultural businesses, backtracking on the brief reprieve that we read about earlier. This one did come out correctly. So there was an earlier reprieve some weeks ago, and the administration reopened arrests. 3 days of immigrant workers at hotels, restaurants, and agricultural businesses, backtracking on the brief reprieve they got after Trump stated they were necessary, good, longtime workers whose jobs were almost impossible to replace. The announcement backpedals on his statement previously on social media that changes are coming after farmers and hotel and leisure business employers had complained that one very aggressive policy on immigration is taking very good, longtime workers away from them, with those jobs being almost impossible to replace. Okay. So yes, Trump cannot be trusted. ICE can legally basically do whatever it wants. And they have successfully gone back to their, increased their goal from hundreds of arrests to thousands of arrests each day. That was a goal they threw out there, and boy, did they meet that goal. All right. Let me check here for anything else. Yes. Okay. So Bjorn is listening. Bjorn, sorry, my stereo paused, but is working again. Please join us. Why am I talking while I type? So Bjorn says over on Discord, ICE raids are shameful from a human perspective because they target people who have lived, worked, and built families in the US, often for years. I would disagree, but I would agree that, yes, many of those people are targeted. Not all of them. I don't know what the percentage is. There are lots of people who just recently arrived, but certainly at least high profile cases have included people who have lived here for a very long time. I would not say at all that's shameful. I would say that's legal and the just and right thing to do, but you make an interesting point. Many work essential jobs in industries that rely on undocumented labor that society has tolerated, utilized, and benefited from. That I will agree with you. Those are facts. Why would I disagree with facts? Raids tear apart families. That's often the case, sure. Traumatized children, yes, but I would say that's not anywhere close to a reason to not do them. And create fear in communities, agreed. Punishing people not for harm done, but simply for being present. Punishing people for breaking the law. There are many laws you can argue what's the harm done. But if it's the law and you break it, give me an instance where maybe I would have a different opinion. It's possible, but generally I support that. And should other people. That's literally the rule of law. He continues, it is cruel to exploit someone's labor and then treat them as disposable. They got to live here. I assume that was better than where they came from. You are forgetting, and I think this is purposely forgetting, to be honest, but it's not the worst thing in the world, of the benefits people have had up until this time. There is something to be said that people have enjoyed living here illegally for many years, and now it's coming to an end. That does not erase the benefits they've enjoyed up to this time. I would like to hear a little bit more of that, to be honest. This approach violates basic values of fairness, decency, and humanity. Disagree, disagree, and disagree. But Bjorn, we'd love to have you over on stereo. MC Funk now is joining us over on Twitter Spaces. MC Funk, if you want to throw in your 2 cents on this, or we could also go in a different direction. What's on your mind?
No, I'll still stick on this for a bit. I have many thoughts, but I'll try and keep them somewhat contained. I think we've certainly learned from. I think there's an analogy here to drug policy, in that we've learned through a very long kind of war on drugs, if you will, that the aggressively going after users doesn't get rid of users, and the target needs to be on both the dealers and the suppliers. And you see all of these raids going after the workers, but they would not be coming over if there was not plentiful opportunities for them to actually get work. And if they couldn't get
I get the point you're making, but if all of a sudden there were no jobs, people would still come. So I don't think that's across all pathways to the United States, but clearly that's an incentive that exists.
They would, but I think in far fewer numbers. But you don't see them aggressively going after employers that are employing all the undocumented labor. That is the that relationship there is kind of the crux of the underlying economic problem associated with this, I think, where again, kind of because we have this kind of huge dependence on kind of cheap labor that runs our a good portion of our economy, that necessarily ends up driving. It makes goods cheaper, but also drives wages down and various things like that. But all of that, I'm not going to say all of that, but a significant amount of that is driven by employers, by employers who either explicitly hire, look for undocumented workers that they can, hire on the cheap without benefits and not have to follow labor laws, or knowingly do so by kind of looking the other way. And if you want to play the like, well, they're breaking the law game, so are the employers who are who are employing all
So
of
the
them.
easy fix then is if Donald Trump starts expanding to aggressively go after people who employ illegal immigrants, then you have no problem and we move on. Correct?
I'm not going to say no problem, because I've got a big issue with how this is being done. But I would certainly like to see that, but that won't happen, and it won't happen because the employers are tax-paying voters.
Yeah.
And so
And not only tax-paying voters, people who have money, and our legal system is basically designed to help people who have money. So they have everything going for them.
Right. And so, they're tax-paying voters with money, and so he's not going to go after them, and they won't be aggressively targeted. And but those are the ones who are actually providing the work and the opportunities. That's the draw. If there would not be nearly as many. There would not be nearly the draw coming over if the opportunity to work wasn't here. And I think addressing that is core to this. Otherwise, you're going to be in this never-ending cycle without ever getting rid of the root cause. That's just like
doesn't. While I agree with you, not going after the root cause of many people's reasons for coming here, and not going against people who are breaking the law, which are also those who are employing illegal immigrants. I agree with all those different things. But also, doesn't mass deportations that have never taken place in our lifetime before send a pretty good message to people not to come here anymore?
If the opportunities are still there, then I don't think it does. Like it sends a message, but it says like, okay, well, it will be riskier, but there's still plenty of work to be had.
Yeah, it just increases the risk proposition of, well, greater risk, but perhaps greater possibilities down the road, as opposed to no one's going to hire you. Then it's like, well, I'm being murdered where I am, and therefore I'm coming no matter what. It's a different sort of person who, in theory, might still make the journey.
Right, and but I think that would certainly reduce the draw by a significant amount. But I do think so look, I get the emotional argument on this, but I also think, and I feel for that, I do, but I can certainly see that, like it is unsustainable, and I do tire of this getting blamed on left, right, red, blue, this administration, that administration, because like it has been, and yes, you can certainly say like, well, look at the last one and this is objectively, but yes, but it's also like 20, 30 years this has been like explicitly weaponized against like the opposite party, whoever it has been, to just not address. And like, yeah, now it's getting dealt with and it sucks. And we can say, well, it's getting dealt with shitty. And I think it is fair to say, like, okay, you want to bitch and moan and complain and say, well, not like this. Well, like how then? Because nobody else has dealt with it. I think that is fair. I will say I think the
So
way
I want to point out one of my core arguments here has just been identified by MC Funk as being fair. I'm on the fair train at Fair Station. I absolutely agree. I don't agree with a lot of the things Trump's doing, but I don't know there's another way to do this. So I appreciate logic. I appreciate what you just said.
Yeah, and I think the I think it is a difficult thing to face and admit, but a reality that like we can't take everybody, and things are better here than in a lot of other places, and a lot of people want to come here because things suck where they're at, and but also I think there's needs to be some ownership for the situation in a lot of Latin American countries where these immigrants are coming from. Is we are not blameless for kind of decades of destabilization.
But at the same time, we're completely I'm sorry. I'm speaking before my mind is able to process. But at the same time, we're not completely blameless for the emerging middle class. It's never been stronger than ever in the history of humanity. The peace that we have when we're not bombing Iran or what else is going on with Russia and Ukraine and Gaza, that is a direct influence of the American industrial process after World War II and just spending all of our money on military to beat the Russian threat and living in the free world that we generally live in today. So while you're absolutely true, we've been meddling and making some things worse, I think generally we've made things better.
I think that is easy to say when you're on the receiving end of those benefits.
Well, let's just imagine if the Nazis had won, or the Japanese had won, or the Soviets had won. Probably wouldn't have been as good as it is now.
I get that. I get that. But I mean, there certainly is a long history of kind of destabilizing a significant portion of Latin America, and for kind of nefarious gains, through kind of covert government action. And a lot of that, there is kind of a long history of that kind of destabilizing. But I mean, I think the kind of going.
Okay, but let's just talk about that. So when I would say Central and South America versus Europe, Europe has definitely benefited from American military presence and victories and wars than Central and South America. I think that's fair. Okay. But what does that mean? Does that mean Central and South America can just immigrate north and we can just not prevent them from coming up because we have ruined things for them? Of course not. Once again, we can't take everybody. So while you have a point, it doesn't matter much, right? Like, yes, we are to blame for some of the issues in Central and South America. Does that affect our immigration policy? No. We have to stop taking people. It's not sustainable and people have to leave.
So I don't know about the people have to leave part. Because like there is a, like, if we go back to the kind of economic foundation that with like kind of the unofficial labor market that we kind of, a good portion of our economy depends on. If we got rid of all undocumented immigrants like tomorrow, like, yes, a lot of things would collapse, but the things that didn't, like, you would have $40 oranges, and like,
once again, that's a bit of a false prophecy because they're removing 2,000 people a day max. That's not happening anytime soon.
Right. That is it is not enough though. Like there is a constant drumbeat of like more. And I think I get wanting to get rid of I get wanting to kind of deport all of the kind of illegal immigrants. I understand that viewpoint. I will say I disagree with it, but I get it. I don't think that makes sense when you look at the economic realities of that. And I think what makes
Okay, so
more
to
sense
sort of
is
wrap this up with a bow is that you and I agree that
almost
immigration has to stop the way that it's been going. It's not sustainable. Not everyone who wants to be here can possibly be here. And that's a very, very controversial thing to say if you're on the left, like you and I generally are. So we agree there. Then when it comes to deporting
I
people,
would say I
okay, that's
totally
where we
more
don't.
so than you, but yes.
Yeah, but okay, so we agree on the current thing's not sustainable. We can't have open borders, which once again, that's controversial on the left to say that. But then where we disagree is what do we do now? Okay, so I will take that, and I appreciate that you completely recognize that everyone has to go is something that people think, and you can see why that makes sense, but you don't necessarily agree with it. And this is most of the battle for me is that people agree that the current system is not sustainable and it has to change.
So here's what I think. I think if you want to get rid of all of the undocumented immigrants, all of the illegal immigrants, then you like from an economic standpoint, you have to be able to replace them almost as quickly with legal immigrants. And
I think that's a fair critique. And once again, 2,000 people a day is not that. So I think it causes a lot of fear. And maybe that's worse than the actual repercussions of max 2,000 people being detained and later being deported by ICE. But you're right. This is causing a problem. And if this continues over years to the point that the next president would have to keep doing this, we could start seeing we don't have enough people here anymore. I don't think we're actually going to hit that number. I think most of the negative effects are going to be caused by fear. So we can discuss whether or not that's the same thing. But if the end result is some of the things that you're talking about, yes, you would have to replace them because generally Americans don't want to pick vegetables and fruit in a field. And if they do, they're going to be paid more, which goes to how much more is stuff going to cost. So these are all consequences.
Will still happen. That'll still happen if they're replaced with legal immigrants, because they'll then be documented and legal, and will be less subject to kind of exploitation at the whims of the employer. So, like, they will have to be paid higher wages and have better working conditions, and all the humanitarian things that people want will have to be there, and that will necessarily force a reckoning with the kind of underlying economic foundation, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the fact that I think we've changed. So it's not going to go back to the way it was. Just like with the Affordable Care Act, despite the fact that it's kind of fallen apart and was not enforced by Trump, then was sort of enforced by Biden, but less so than it should have been, and then completely not being supported or enforced now by Trump, it still changed the game. I don't think there's any going back. Even Roe v. Wade, now that it was shot down by the Supreme Court after nearly 50 years of case law, it still changed America. Even though we don't have federal protections for abortion access anymore, there's still more than there was prior to Roe v. Wade. And there's no undoing that amount of progress. I would call it progress in my mind. We've lost some ground, but it's still not undoing what happened with Roe v. Wade up until it was shot down by the Supreme Court. And I would say now with what happened with Trump, if Trump left office tomorrow and JD Vance was not as crazy about immigration as Trump is, it still has gone to the point that we have changed as a nation. And I think it's going to become even more so like that. So you're right. There is a reckoning that's going to happen, whether or not it's legal immigrants who are doing farm work or it's Americans who are doing it. There is a reckoning that's going to happen. Absolutely. Anyone who disagrees with that, I think, is completely misinformed or is a liar. How that happens,
Yeah,
I'm optimistic.
I will say also, I think kind of pushing the, like, something you hear a lot on the left is this economic side that, like, well, we can't get rid of them all because because our economy relies on it. You are implicitly saying the quiet part out loud that you want to keep the exploitation in place because it's good for us.
Yeah, that's the other thing
I think,
is the left is supposed
yeah.
to stand for human rights and all this other stuff, but not adjusting painfully how these systems work in one way or another is also enforcing the system that we have now that is very unjust. I will say that while I disagree with the conclusions of Bjorn on the show earlier, I would call our current system unjust because you shouldn't be hiring people who are here illegally. And if you're working here, even though you're here illegally and you broke the law to be here, you can assume, I think logically, morally, that you get some rights by paying into the system and performing a task, which is why I say send everybody home because it gets rid of that problem. We can talk about the problem that Bjorn says, well, they've lived here so longly and then we're just sending them home. But yeah, but that's the benefit that they got. That doesn't mean they get that the rest of
So,
their lives. I'd say they earned that for as long as they had.
so I would also say, I think, because the something you hear a lot with the kind of amnesty side is to kind of create a path to citizenship. I think it would also be not unreasonable to offer, to say, like, find a path for legal permanent residency, but not a path to citizenship if you entered illegally. So and that would,
Hey, that's the best idea I've heard all day. So permanent residency, but you'll never be a citizen if you didn't come here legally. I'm open to that. Yeah.
I think that is also reasonable, and that also shuts down the kind of white replacement strawman theory of, like, they're trying to kind of stack the voter base eventually. It's like, okay, like, make them permanent residents, but they can't ever be citizens, and thus they won't be able to vote. If you come in legally, you are not eligible for citizenship. But if you've been here a long time and there's no, like, you don't have a, like, record we have to reckon with, then we can kind of essentially validate that you have been a contributing member to our society, just in the dark. Then we can have a accelerated path to permanent residency that is, because, like, when you've got, that's kind of the process with legal immigrants. You've got foreign nationals that are essentially on a work visa, and then eventually they apply for permanent residency, and, like, that is permanent, and that like, it's not something they have to continuously apply for, but you have all the various kind of legal rights, but you can't vote. And there's certain things that are restricted to U.S. citizens, and I think that it's not unreasonable to say that if you came in legally, then you're not going to be eligible for citizenship. But a path to permanent residency, I think, makes sense, especially to address the kind of labor force kind of issue that they are effectively solving.
Yeah, that's a great idea. That's fantastic. I don't advocate for that, but I think that could be struck as a grand bargain between adults on the left and adults on the right. I would not include Trump as an adult
We
on the
have neither
right.
of at the moment, so
Yeah. But if we had adults who could talk about this and the left could admit that they have been wrong about this for a long time, and the right could admit that they've also been wrong about this and some of their methods could use improvement, then I feel like that could be a grand bargain. It doesn't mean that everyone gets that, but just having it so that if you're here illegally, you'll never be a citizen, but at the same time, you're not automatically on the chopping block for deportation. And if you're not deported, you can get permanent residency, and we'll just say that that's the price to pay the piper. I think that's really good. That's really brilliant. That's awesome. I'm going to steal that. That's an idea I'm going to advocate for as a bargain. Once again, I'm still everyone goes home because they shouldn't have been here in the first place. And yes, it was our mistake for letting them stay this long, but boy, better late than never. Get them the hell out. But a grand bargain, I could be swayed into that. That's fantastic, MC Funk. Stay with us. It's News Debate. I'm Lee. Let's check with the man of the hour. Mr. President, we've been discussing your immigration policy. Why are you not going after employers who pay?
Folks, let me tell you, our immigration, the employers, they're a big part of the problem. Nobody knows that better than I do. And let me tell you, we're going to crack down on them. We're going to make them pay because they're the ones who are exploiting these people, taking advantage of them. And it's got to stop. Believe me.
However, Mr. President, you're not going after the employers. So why haven't you gone after the employers yet?
We're working on it, folks. It's a complex issue. But I'll tell you one thing. Nobody is tougher on immigration than me. And we're going to get it done. Just watch.
So you're not concerned that going after people who employ illegal immigrants is going to hurt you when it comes to votes or popularity?
Let me tell you, folks, my popularity is through the roof. And it's because I'm a winner, I'm a champion, and I'm not afraid to take on the tough issues like immigration. And I'm going to do what's right, not what's popular with the special interests or the swamp in Washington.
What do you say to people who criticize your immigration policy, particularly the way that ICE is going after people who are illegally in the United States?
The critics, they just don't get it. They're out of touch with what's happening in this country, and they don't care about the American people. They only care about their own agendas. And let me tell you, our immigration policy is a huge success. It's working beautifully, and ICE is doing a fantastic job, just fantastic.
And then finally, Mr. President, how many people are you going to deport before you leave the White House?
Deportation numbers, that's a tough one, folks, because we're going to deport as many people as it takes to make America safe and secure. And that's a lot, just a lot. And I'm not worried about the numbers. I'm worried about getting the job done. And we're going to get it done. Bigly.
He just ends with bigly. Oh, that's fantastic. We got some tweets from Shannon we're going to get to. Let's jump over here to Stereo. Got some new messages. I got a new title over on Stereo. I have a new poll. Well, the poll is basically I support ICE or I don't support ICE. I support deportations. I don't support deportations, I should say. Let's hear on Stereo from Henry.
Regarding this, my stance is, they've been in this country for decades, contributing to our economy, our systems, contributing to basically everyday American life. Now, what I do say is we do need a reformation on immigration at the moment. I'm not saying we should have an open border by all means. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is we need to make it easier for those who are looking for a better life to be able to come here. That whole argument that there's no sustainability.
Well, I don't know how we could make it easier. I mean, for decades, basically our entire lives, you've been able to just come to the United States and stay as long as you've wanted. So I don't know that we could make it easier than that. I guess we could make it easier to not break the law, but at the same time, maybe you didn't hear this, Henry, so I'll just reiterate this, and then we'll go to a message from Bjorn over on my Discord server. Join Discord by going to bit.ly/NEWZ debate. It's free to join, and great to have you. So my other argument that I was using was that I don't think we can have the crackdown that we have now and at the same time do these other things like help the people who are here who are not criminals or make it easier to come to the United States legally. I think those are big enough issues that they have to be done one at a time. And I don't think we're going to stop deportations anytime soon. I think this is the movement now. Whether or not you're for it or against it, this is what's going on. And I don't think we can do those other things. I would also disagree that we need to do those other things. But if even if I was on your side, I don't think that we can do all that at the same time. That's my opinion. Henry, if you disagree, let me know why I'm wrong. Why can we do all of this at the same time? So I guess it's more of an argument of practicality versus an argument of what we could be if we, listen to our better voices inside our head. Bjorn writes over on Discord, a fair and humane path to citizenship should recognize the contribution of undocumented people who have lived, worked, and built lives in the U.S. for years. This is my 2 cents here. I'll jump in. It has. They've been allowed to stay. That is their reward. That is their recognition of contribution, is that they've been here this entire time. Continuing, it would offer legal status and a clear process to become citizens with special consideration for those who have been part of essential industries or have long-standing community ties. The system should support family unity, protect workers from exploitation, and focus immigration enforcement on safety and human rights rather than punishment. This kind of approach honors basic American values of fairness, opportunity, and inclusion. Oh, and you're listening over on Twitch. Good to have you, Bjorn. So I would say that I don't even think a Democrat could do that. I don't think an Obama could do that. Like that sort of Democrat with that much power could accomplish what you're throwing out there. And certainly no Republican would even consider that. So that might be, I disagree, but that might be for some people best case scenario. I just never could imagine that happening. I think you got to cut that up and kind of stick to the most important parts. And as we heard from MC Funk a moment ago, I would encourage you to consider you came to the United States illegally. You will never be a citizen, but maybe we can fast track you to a green card, permanent residency, if you fall into some of the categories that you mentioned. Very, very important industries, community ties, long time, not a criminal, that sort of a thing. I think that's the most you're going to get, and I don't even know if that grand bargain can be struck, to be completely honest. But the way you've described it, I don't even think an Obama. First off, an Obama would never do that because he's not a liberal president. He lied to America. Obama, Biden, Hillary, they're all middle of the road president, or well, Hillary would have been if the Electoral College didn't exist. But if he had an actual liberal Obama, I don't think he could accomplish that. So good luck. All right.
I would
push
back on that a bit. I think on the characterization of Obama, I think he was more so on the liberal side, but definitely not progressive. And those often get lumped in as one and the same. He was no progressive, that's for sure. Liberal, yeah. I mean, if you consider it on kind of liberal on the side of
he was a Democrat. I'll give him that.
But he was no progressive, that's for sure. I wouldn't say he wasn't a liberal in the sense of liberal government and kind of a more capable government and state, kind of more power to the government, and government does more stuff. That's kind of on a liberal government side. Certainly, but
among Democrats, Barack Obama was no liberal, I guess maybe is what I would say.
I don't know. I'd have to break that down more. But I would say he certainly was not a progressive. So there are many flavors of Democrat. He was no progressive, liberal. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'll take it. I'll take it. I disagree, but I think you and I we're getting closer the more we talk about that. Really quickly, let's jump over here to Twitter. Shannon has been tweeting some things. This is from Vanity Fair. Look at me bringing Vanity Fair on the show. This is from August 9th, 2019. Demonizing immigrants played a key role in Donald Trump's campaign for the presidency, just as cracking down on, quote, illegal border crossings and whipping the base into a frenzy over a so called migrant, quote, invasion has been a regular feature of his time in office and re election efforts. But undocumented immigrants have also served another, lesser known, but nevertheless vital function in the president's life, providing cheap labor at his businesses. And not just like in years past or in the first few months of his presidency, but as of what's that now? Today? Yes, it's a tough job to foam at the mouth daily about people entering the country without going through the proper channels first. Use it to justify separating families and sending people back to nations they've never known, all while relying on them to keep your golf clubs. And then it won't let me read anymore because I'm not a subscriber to Vanity Fair. So once again, Shannon, you have correctly pointed out that Donald Trump is a hypocrite and cannot be trusted. I don't know that changes my viewpoints on enforcing immigration law, but you're right. I agree with you. Donald Trump's a hypocrite and cannot be trusted.
Oh, I was hoping you'd ask the president because you know, see if he'll arrest the
Okay.
employers.
Okay. Hey, that's good. Yeah, let me ask. Mr. President, during your first term, you were very anti-immigrants, but you were also employing illegal immigrants at your golf clubs. What do you have to say?
I think that's an easy answer, but
That's just fake news, folks. Nobody has done more for this country than I have. And if a few terrific people who just happen to be undocumented are working at my golf clubs, that's just a minor detail, a small price to pay for the greatness I'm bringing to America.
That's a small price to pay for greatness, Shannon. Come on. Oh, hey, Miss Smitty over on stereo. I apologize. My internet was bad on guests on stereo, and then it said try again, and I hit try again, and it just started a new show. So I apologize. I lost your third message. I played 2 of 3 messages. If you can remember what that third message was, please leave it again, and I will play it right now, or just leave us more messages, and I will play them. Really appreciate having you. But back to Shannon on Twitter Spaces. So, hey, I mean, what else do you want? Those were great illegal immigrants working at his golf clubs.
It was just a small price to pay. So is that a no? He's not going after the employers? Is he going to put himself in alligator Alcatraz or regular Alcatraz for that matter?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good question. So, Mr. President, you just told me a moment ago that you're going to start going after the employers of illegal immigrants, but you yourself have employed illegal immigrants in the past. So, how does that work?
Let me tell you, folks, I've made some of the greatest deals, and I've built an empire, a tremendous empire, and maybe, just maybe, some of the people who worked for me didn't have all the right papers. But that's not the point. The point is I'm a winner, and I'm going to make America win so bigly that you won't even remember this conversation.
We're not even going to remember the conversation because it's going to be so bigly.
Bigly alligators at the Bigly Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah.
So I think honestly I think that's an easy answer and kind of fits in the same category as like he didn't pay any taxes. Like, yeah, I exploited the system because I'm good at business, and I think that's basically the same argument there. He's like, that's the system we have, and in the industry I was in, and I made good use of it. You know, so.
Yeah, just throw in more bigly and you'll sound just like him. Yeah, that's great. Okay, Apostate Nate is going to be back with us here in a bit. He's with us now over on Twitter Spaces. We could move on to one of many other important stories that have happened since the last show that I did some weeks ago, and like 2 weeks ago was it? And then also just in the last couple of days, there are some big ones. Okay, so request to speak on Twitter, leave voice messages on stereo. Yes, MC Funk, what was that?
Like bombing Iran, for example.
Yeah, we could go there. Okay, so this is from GBH. It's about a green card holder who was interrogated by ICE.
Oh, I think that was
son of a
Bjorn.
bitch. My stereo just died again. Give me a hot second.
Yeah, I think that was for Bjorn, because that was one where he was trying to compare, where I don't think that guy should be deported either. I'm with Bjorn on that one.
Okay, so let's read this and then maybe we'll go to Iran. Okay. March 14th, 2025. Okay, so it's a bit old. A New Hampshire man with a green card, so not a citizen, but a green card, permanent residency, was detained by immigration officers at Logan Airport and is being held by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Rhode Island. Fabian Schmidt's family say they are unsure of why he's being held. He recently renewed his green card and had no active issues in court. Schmidt had been visiting Luxembourg and flew back to the U.S. His partner had gone to pick him up at the airport and waited 4 hours before calling authorities. The man's mother says that his green card was flagged, but didn't hear from her son until many days later when she'd learned he'd been hospitalized. He was violently interrogated, according to some, at Logan Airport for hours, being stripped naked, put in a cold shower, and then being put back onto a chair. I don't know what that last part means. Schmidt told his family that immigration agents pressured him to give up his green card. He was transported by ambulance to a hospital. He also had influenza, he later found out. Schmidt and his mother moved to the U.S. in 2007 and received green cards in 2008. Well, Jesus, that didn't take long. He moved from California to New Hampshire in 2022. His mom describes her son as a hardworking electrical engineer with a partner and 8-year-old daughter. I really wish people wouldn't use partner unless they were gay, because like I'm trying to decide, like, is that a clue as to learning more about this man's story? Or is it just that it's liberal and they say partner instead of wife? Like it's just,
Well,
like let's use terms when they make sense, everybody. Sorry, MC Funk?
But I think that I get your point, but I think that term also makes sense for like, a long-term permanent relationship, like if you've got,
Then you can say girlfriend.
a long-term girlfriend that you're not
You
getting
can have
married
kids with your girlfriend and be with your girlfriend for 20 years. She's still your girlfriend.
Yeah, but not your wife. And I think
exactly. Long-time girlfriend.
Yeah.
Partner makes me think gay, which is not a crime, and that's great. That's awesome. But like, if it's not, it's just confusing. Like if someone goes by they, but they just look like I do, a guy, or they look like Shannon, a girl, like, and they go by they, like, doesn't that confuse people versus people who use they for a clearer reason? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to die on this hill, but like, come on, guys, let's get it together. Schmidt had a misdemeanor charge for having marijuana in his car in 2015, which his mother says was dismissed after laws in California around marijuana possession changed. He missed a hearing about the case in 2022 since a notice was never forwarded to his new address. That's what she says. We don't know that that's a fact. The mother mentions that Schmidt is successfully recovering from alcoholism and had a DUI that he's completely worked through and paid off from around 10 years ago. I've heard enough. Kick this guy out. He has a marijuana possession. He missed a hearing and he has a DUI. Sorry. Goodbye.
He's out now, by the way.
Is he out from So he's still in the U.S.
I could show you the article, but yeah, he was released in May, so he was held what?
Did they say why he
March?
was held? Because I don't want him to be tortured, but I would say get him out of the country.
No, it's more about his story about what happened to him in ICE than why he was being.
All right. Well, if you figure out why, I assume it might be because he missed a court hearing around the time he was taken into custody. So, but this is interesting from WGBH.org. Can a green card holder be deported? It's complicated. Green cards grant foreign nationals the right to live and work in the U.S. as permanent residents. They're valid for 10 years and have to be renewed. An immigration attorney says only the immigration judge can take away a green card. The Trump administration thinks they can expand that and do some crazy things. But as the law is now, he needs to be able to appear before an immigration judge. The government has to initiate removal proceedings in immigration courts. An individual has the right to go before a judge to defend themselves and understand the government reasoning for potential deportation. The law doesn't always require convictions for green card holders to be deported, but they can be. It's happened before, and I hope it happens again. If you're in the U.S. and you get a DUI, that's a terrible thing. I know that it doesn't put you in jail for 10 years, but if you're a foreign national living in the U.S. and you get a DUI, goodbye. If you're a foreign national in the U.S. and you get busted for marijuana in California, when it was still a crime in California, goodbye. I do not care. I am happy to deport you. I feel good about deporting you. I assume people disagree. Yes, Apostate Nate and Shannon, can you go ahead and mute? I'm hearing like sounds. If you want to talk, go ahead and talk. But if you're not, just go ahead and mute. Yes, Apostate Nate.
So Lee, here's my question. In terms of legality about that.
Oh, sorry. That might have been Apostate Nate who was making those noises. I see Shannon. Oh, no. Now Shannon's a speaker. Okay. Apostate Nate, go back. We lost you.
Did I lose audio again?
Yeah. Why don't you start over, Apostate Nate?
Here would be my question. Yeah, sure. So here would be my question to you. The difference between somebody getting a DUI and a marijuana possession. A DUI is necessarily, by definition, I would say in the vast majority of cases, and I'm sure you can find some weird cases that were probably not, like somebody on like a tractor. Okay, but the vast majority of DUI cases, in my opinion, are stopping a potential physical threat to somebody else. I'm not sure that I would have the same gusto about bouncing somebody for a marijuana possession. And I'm kind of wondering why you're okay with the same sentence in both cases. Thanks, Lee.
Yeah, so I'm not conflating marijuana and drunk driving. I agree with you. Drunk driving is much worse. But marijuana is also a crime. I would say deport the person. Jaywalking, no. Speeding, no. Assault, yes. Give me some other examples. Tax evasion, yes. Stalking, yes. Maybe not paying a bill, no. So like if you move out an apartment and don't pay your rent and you're in a I don't know necessarily that one. I'd have to hear more about. But so that's what I was saying is that in California, when marijuana was still legal in California, so this was years ago. If you were a green card holder and you got caught with marijuana and like it wasn't dismissed, but that was a charge that stuck and you had to keep going to court and then you even missed a court date, get rid of you. I feel great about kicking that person out.
Does it say when he got the possession charge? With
2000.
Yeah, let me go back to that. Yeah, was it 2005?
With respect to the U.S.
Sorry, it couldn't have been 2005. He moved to the U.S. in 2007. Schmidt had a
Okay.
misdemeanor charge for having marijuana in his car in 2015. So I think
Okay.
that's even worse.
Well, so I actually just sent you a link on Discord for like the actual grounds for deporting legal residents. The kind of, there's a list, and it's not anything, but it's essentially like within the first 2 years or 5 years, then it's like it's a pretty wide list, and if it's after that, then it's a much narrower list. And things like possession, like basically any controlled substance, if it's within like 5 years of you entering the country, then it's like, yep, like that is like legal grounds. If it's after 5 years, then it's like, okay, you're essentially out of the probationary period, so we like treat you as more permanent.
Okay, let's read that. I got this up. This is from nolo.com. Don't know what that is, but we'll just move on. When legal U.S. residents can be removed. U.S. law contains a long list of grounds upon which non-citizens or immigrants may be deported back to their country of origin. It goes far beyond simply deporting people who are in the U.S. illegally. People who carry non-immigrant visas or green cards, though they have certain rights to live and work in the United States long-term, can be deported if they don't follow certain rules and avoid certain types of legal violations. Deportability isn't the same as inadmissibility. First, let's get clear on what we're talking about. I think we can just skip this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, summary of who can be removed. A green card holder may be deportable from the U.S. if they were inadmissible at the time of U.S. entry or of adjustment of status, or violated the terms of a visa, green card, or other status. Had conditional
I think
permanent
basically
residence
means like
status.
if later they find out like, oh, you were actually not eligible to be let in because there was
You
something
lied
we missed,
about being a student or something. Yeah.
and
Okay.
you're out.
Yeah. Okay. Had conditional permanent resident status, but this status was terminated. So they were like the son or the spouse, but then that changed. Before, during, or within 5 years of the date of any U.S. entry, knowingly helped smuggle any other alien trying to enter the country, committed marriage fraud, got married less than 2 years before getting a U.S. green card on that basis, then had the marriage annulled or terminated. So you get the card, but then you're not together anymore. Were convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude that was committed within 5 years.
That's the one I was talking about, where like on that list is like controlled substances. So the possession charge, if that was in 5 years, that would count.
Have been convicted of 2 or more crimes involving moral turpitude at any time after U.S. admission. Okay. Have been convicted of an aggravated felony at any time. Convicted of a high-speed flight from an immigration checkpoint. All right. Failed to register as a sex offender. Jesus, but you can be a sex offender. It's the fail to register part. Holy cow.
I feel like if you have to register as a sex offender, then that would usually be an aggravated felony, but not always, because like you can you can actually end up as a registered sex offender for public urination. Like if you're drunk.
Okay. So it's one of those weird ones, but you didn't diddle a kid or something. Okay.
Yeah.
Have been convicted of a drug crime. At any time, a drug abuser or addict. Have been convicted of illegally buying, selling, possessing, or engaging in other transactions concerning weapons, espionage, treason, military selective service act, or trading with the enemy act. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff here. We can keep going. It's a long. Okay.
Yeah.
Then what happens to immigrants who match a ground of deportility? Even if the immigration authorities believe you are deportable, you will not be kicked out of the country right away. In most cases, you have a right to defend your case at immigration court. Okay, good. Then how do I protect myself? Only immigrants who have successfully become U.S. citizens are safe from the grounds of deportability. Yes, as it should be. If you are a citizen, you cannot be deported. You can be put in jail, but they cannot deport you. If you did something that was so bad that they would consider deporting you, they probably would just kill you, like treason or, some other sort of treason level crimes. Okay, so this is really good, MC Funk. Did I miss anything else? I skipped over a bunch of possible things to be deported for because
No,
the list is just so long.
There's a bunch of stuff, but it's essentially like, I think the TLDR there is that as a permanent resident, you can't be deported just because. You gotta do some shit, but there's still some leeway, and it's on kind of a graduating scale. Like if in the first 5 years, then it's a pretty big list, and after that, it's a much smaller list. But it's still, not, as a citizen, you can still be deported for a lot of things. But don't do bad shit and you won't get deported. Do bad shit, maybe you'll get deported. It depends.
Especially the earlier it is to when you got your green card. So if you've been here 15 years, some of the stuff, yeah. So this guy got convicted. Do I still have it up? Yeah, he got convicted of marijuana in his car within 10 years of getting a green card, less than that. So he got a green card in like 2008. He came in 2007. So that's a very quick success story. Within 7 years, by 2015, a misdemeanor charge for having marijuana in his car.
If he was if he's working as an engineer, then he may have had like an employer sponsor him for an H-1B, and a lot of times companies will have immigration attorneys that they kind of help you go through that process.
Yeah, this guy was not a farm worker.
Right. Yeah, because you mentioned he was an engineer, electrical engineer. So, the company I used to work for, we had a lot of foreign nationals that worked for us, and there was like we had immigration attorneys that like the company had on retainer that they.
I can just imagine MC Funk goes to a party. He's like, all right, everybody, give me your marijuana. Come on, Schmidt, Fabi, and everybody else. Give me the marijuana. If the cops bust in, I'm a citizen. I ain't going nowhere. You guys are getting kicked out of the country. Hand me that Coke. Hey, you. That's not a drug, but give me that dildo. I'll take that. Give me all your. Yeah. All right. So you're familiar. You got the company that's got some high level people, and they want to make sure they can stick around, and so they throw some cash at the government via the law, not paying them off.
Yeah.
All right, Shannon, you've been waiting patiently. Do you have something to add?
That lined up.
I'm sorry,
with
MC Funk, yeah?
Oh, that was quick. When I heard it was an engineer, like that lined up with that seems like that was quick. Well, yeah, there's a good chance that there was some company assistance with legal help.
No, you're absolutely right. I didn't say anything and I didn't think about it, but now that you've mentioned it, that makes perfect sense. He came over, did well enough for a year. That still seems way too quick. You should not get permanent residency in the US in a year for any circumstance. But okay, this was probably a much more privileged position to be coming from. And then he screwed it up. He had marijuana in his car. He missed a court date. He also got a DUI. Fuck this guy. I don't care about this guy at all. But yes, Shannon.
He was a minor when he entered. He was 15 when he came over with his mother. So he wasn't an electrical engineer when he first started here, when he got his green card.
MC Funk, is your company hiring 15-year-old electrical engineers?
They were not. They hired the foreign national engineers they hired were usually grad students.
But when he got arrested,
does it say why he came? Why did his mom come? I guess is the question.
She also came for work. She got a green card too.
Okay, so that's what it was. She probably was in a good position, and he was her son.
And well, he would have been 24 when he got arrested for the marijuana. He came in at 15, arrested at 24. So he probably was an electrical engineer by then. I would assume, or just out of college, right?
Well, so he came in 2007 and he got the marijuana in his car in 2015. So that's 8 years. So how old was he when he came, you said?
15.
He could have been no more than 23 when he had marijuana in his car.
So is that enough for bachelor's? I don't know. Would he be working by then?
Yeah.
Or would it,
Yeah, you could be.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure. If you got through school quick enough, like on 4 or 3 years, yeah.
They're saying that he got out, or he was detained at the airport because of that drug charge. Because that's one of the
He
reasons they
missed a
can.
court date. Yeah, that they were
Right.
absolutely. I don't know that they should have done everything that they apparently are accused of doing, but to detain someone who has a criminal drug charge against them that's still going through the court, even if it's been, quote, expunged from his record, he missed a court date. So he is in violation of the law. Absolutely well within their rights, and he had a DUI. Fuck this guy. This is not someone,
Right.
not this is a bad instance to talk about, but this is not someone who should be defended. This was a privileged person who was in the US for a year and then got a green card, and he fucked it up.
Well, he's back home with his partner, who's a female. They have a kid. I guess they're not engaged. That's why they.
Oh, okay. So it's the inappropriate use of partner, and they're just saying that because they're more liberal than is good for society. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, fuck this guy. I hope he gets deported at some point. Fuck this guy.
But
Nope, he ruined it.
German consulate got involved and got him released back home. So he's still here.
The German what did?
The German consulate, I don't know what they call them, German foreign something.
Yeah, I consulate, sure. Yeah, okay. No, I couldn't hear it before, but yeah, okay. So the German consulate made some calls. Sure. They probably don't want Germans in the US being treated that way. I would say send better Germans than this piece of shit, but okay.
The German consulate got involved and got him released after a couple months.
Jesus.
All right, well, maybe he learned his lesson. Maybe he won't have marijuana in his car and won't drink and drive.
Well, I mean, it's legal up here now, so.
What state was it in?
The
Vermont.
marijuana is from California, but I'm not sure where the DUI was from. Was that from New Hampshire?
Okay, so I think that is a much harder sell.
Right.
Yeah, no, like I seriously though, like I think that is a much harder sell when it is an environment where it is effectively decriminalized. You know, and there
I would be happy. I would be happy to deport this guy with a DUI. So it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. All right.
Because as MC Funk, as Apostate Nate pointed out before, driving under the influence is like walking around with a gun in a neighborhood. I mean, you're going to kill someone eventually. It's just a matter of time.
I also think like this is something I bring up often. Context matters, you know, and I think these things are rarely a black and white. So you know, like what was the context of it? You know, like I would, and I'm not saying that you know, like yeah, if he blew,
sounds
you know,
like you're defending drunk drivers, MC Funk. Let's everybody just take a moment. This was the time, June 24th, 2025. MC Funk came out for drunk driving. Just mark your calendars.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said. I said context matters. You know, I think context matters in a lot of situations, and you know, like just a black and white. You know, like oh no, like a DUI could be, you know, that could be he blew like a 0.4 and like was blacked out and driving, and that could also be, you know, there was a slight impairment there that was over the legal limit. Yes, he got a ticket. Yes, there's a different level to that. That legally, I get it's the same. No, I'm not saying it's safe, but there is a different level of like aggravation to that. And I think
Well, yeah, I
context.
mean it's the same thing like you said earlier with sex offenders. So you can get apparently a sex offender tag to you can be labeled a sex offender for urinating publicly. You also can do some terrible things.
Right.
In the middle perhaps is the I was, banging a high schooler and she was underage. It was completely consensual, but because of her age, it was not legally consentable. Like you could have those
Right, like
situations.
they
And
did
then we
in
got
like
married and
19
we had kids. So it's like, yeah, there's context, but at the same time, your average sex offender did some really terrible things. And your average DUI person, drunk driver, uh, if they didn't, could easily have killed people. So I agree. Maybe someone got hit with an arrow at an archery camp, and he had just been drinking on the side of the cabin. And he's like, "Oh crap, I got to drive this person to the hospital," and then he got tagged with a DUI. Is it possible? Sure, but it's not likely. This guy made a really bad choice, and he should get the hell out of the country for it.
All I'm saying is context matters, and I think it matters for most things. And without knowing the context, I would not cast a hard yes, this is what should happen judgment.
Okay, so he got.
Right.
I don't know when.
Context, but I 1 second, Shannon. I would still say if you are a green card holder and you get a DUI, I 100% support you get the hell out of the country. That's not a definite get out of the country, but I would support that. Yes, Shannon, back to you.
The DUI, it doesn't say when he was arrested for it, but he completed a recovery program in May 2024. For the court records confirmed that Schmidt completed a recovery program in Nashua in May 2024. Schmidt also said that he received his new green card January of 2024.
And in the previous article, if not this one as well, his mom said he was an alcoholic. So context is he was an alcoholic. He probably was not just over the legal limit. This was probably something he'd done many times, and it finally caught up with him. Like anybody who you know in your life who's an alcoholic, they didn't turn into an alcoholic overnight. And whatever it was that made them get help or force them to get help or they went to jail, it was something they did previously and it just finally caught up with them. So I don't know, MC Funk.
Well, that falls under one of the other categories of drug or alcohol abuse.
Oh, that's right. Get rid of them. That's right. Yeah, it's one of those where they call it terdacious acts, or what was that terminology?
Crime of moral turpitude. No, it was explicitly listed.
He's an addict. Get him out. No,
never mind.
we got plenty of people here from all over the world. I love that this guy is not from Central or South America. We have way too many people in the U.S. from Central and South America. Let's bring in some more people from around the world. We talk about diversity. Our immigration policy is not diverse. But I love that this guy's not from Central or South America. That's great. We need more of that in the United States. That's what actual diversity means. And he's an alcoholic. So, yeah. Okay, we've done a lot of stuff on immigration. Do we want to move on to something else? We can keep doing immigration. Does anybody over on stereo want to leave a voice message, or someone over here on Twitter Spaces raise your hand or request to speak? Does anyone else have another good hot take? I feel like there are some out there. Yes, Shannon. I'm sorry, Apostate Nate.
Apostate Nate is.
Yeah, Lee, I am just patiently waiting for us to get to Iran because I think that is the big boom in the news cycle.
Sorry, Apostate Nate. I think I lost the beginning of that. Maybe other people heard it. Could you start over?
Yeah, Lee, I'm just waiting for us to get to the Iran conflict right now because to me that's the biggest boom in the news.
Yeah, that's a big one. Okay, who wants to throw out a hot take? I mean, that's the topic. Does anybody have a hot take? I had a poll up on stereo earlier. The show on stereo has restarted twice. I'm not sure why. I guess the internet's just not doing well today. My apologies. It was basically, I support the bombing of Iran, or that was a bad move. So does anybody have something that's really one of those, and why?
I'll say bad move, but I'll let Apostate Nate go first because he's been waiting a while. So I'll jump in after.
No, by all means, go first. I'm still trying to figure this out. Just because I think it's big news doesn't mean I have it all figured out. Please, good sir, go ahead of me. Thank you.
So I think it
Chivalry
was
is
a bad
not
move.
dead. Good sir, please give your hot take.
I think it was a bad move. I think it has, in effect, accelerated. I think it has probably because it didn't actually like kill their nuclear weapons program that they may or may not have had. It didn't actually destroy their facilities. Even if it destroyed their facilities, didn't go to their stockpile, whatever. And we obliterated everything. Yeah, that's not what happened. There were big bombs and it messed some stuff up, but it's not like you actually destroyed the whole program. But I think it has effectively either accelerated or essentially guaranteed that is the path that they will take now. Because and not just them, but like pretty much every other country, if they're thinking about it, it kind of cements like now we know that we have to get nuclear weapons because they'll bomb us if we don't have them. And I think it was effectively an accelerationist move, and that's my take.
All right, let's roll with that. Let's get some more takes. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, all the assessments I've seen, as in like it's pretty across the board, seems to point to the fact that Iran cannot really do anything right now to retaliate. Um, and if that's the case, Iran is a bad actor in the area, in the international community. And if they really can't do that much about this, and we have a strong ally that actually wants to attack Iran with us, as opposed to like the coalition of the willing type of allies, where like Malaysia sent us monkeys to like blow up mines or something like that. I think maybe we should just take the opportunity to not necessarily regime change, but just really screw over the current regime. That definitely means more than what we've done. And I don't disagree with the potential consequences that MC Funk just pointed out, that, well, they have to get a nuclear weapon now because then they know that they won't be taken out. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to happen. That just maybe is a viewpoint that they will consider and try to accomplish.
Well, they also may not have to, because now you've got Russia saying like, we'll give them one because that was messed up. Like looks like they need one so that they don't get bombed. So we'll give them some of our warheads. Even if they don't have missiles or a delivery vehicle, like they've got trucks, you know.
I feel
and
like Russia giving
essentially
Iran a nuclear weapon would start World War III. I don't know if they would actually do that.
Well, like that's assuming that Russia has long-term stability, which they might not, because like things have not been going so great for them, and things are very unstable in Russia right now. And if you end up with a collapse in, if you end up with a kind of political or governmental collapse in Russia, and Russia itself becomes like destabilized, then like yeah, that might happen because you're not going to have nearly the long-term thinking happening. And so, I
don't know. I mean, like with the fall of the Soviet Union, that was the worry, was that the nukes were just going to go everywhere, and I don't think they really did. So you're right; it's a possibility. I don't know if I see that happening.
Well, you know why they didn't? Like a lot of them were in Ukraine, and we basically convinced Ukraine to give them up and said that, like, well, if you give up the nukes you have that you have left over for the Soviet Union, then we'll protect you. And then we didn't, and nobody's gonna believe that shit again, you know. So
It's not like Russia didn't have nukes, and it's not like there were other nukes outside of Ukraine that didn't exist. So I mean, just I don't know. I feel like we went through that already. I feel like we've kind of figured out the nuke thing. Like India has nukes, Pakistan has nukes, China has nukes, a handful of powers in Europe have nukes. We have nukes. Like Iran has some sort of program.
and
North
you know
Korea
what?
has some nukes, and
They
like
don't
it
get
it
bombed.
just never has happened.
Well, they also don't get bombed. Right? They don't get bombed.
Well, let me think here. India and Pakistan have had armed conflicts going back however long.
Yeah.
China and is it India? They've had some arms, some small arms skirmishes. I mean, like, is there anyone we've bombed who had nukes? There's Iraq with the quote unquote weapons of mass destruction, but that's sort of a unique situation.
Yeah, but
We haven't really
those were
bombed North
chemical.
Korea. Let me think.
Nope.
But Iran doesn't have nukes. They have a nuclear program and they have nuclear facilities. So you're given a hypothetical that Russia sneaks in a nuke. I mean, I feel like if the U.S. and our allies find out that
Well,
Russia has snuck a nuke into Iran, I feel like that starts World War III. So at that point, I'm not so worried about it because
right.
then that could be
Like,
the
and
end of everything.
that's,
But
that's
my
my
point
point.
is that
That,
I don't know if that would happen because we've averted that crisis so many times until now. I do not believe that this is a uniquely bad situation. The Cuban Missile Crisis was worse than this, and we got past that. I just don't see this as such a big deal. What am I missing?
I think I think it's different for a couple of reasons. One, I think the global power structure is different now. I think we are on a path towards being less of a kind of unipolar world where the United States is the primary global power that kind of controls everything. And I think that seems to be on its way out. And there are more like
I guess I would
multiple
just
pools of
disagree
power.
with the basic premise of the situation because I think, if anything, America is more powerful now under Trump than before. It doesn't mean that people have confidence in us, but Trump is now holding our allies to task. I mean, more people are now going to be paying for more defense under NATO than before. So I get that there's what people think, there's the economy, there's confidence in the future. But when it comes to just sheer, I think people are afraid of us. I think people are a lot more afraid of us now than they were 3 years ago.
Maybe, but that's I think that's different though, because I think they have more options now.
I mean, Europe doesn't have an option. They have almost no military. Poland's the only one that spends anything, and Poland is just not a large enough
That,
country and a large
that
enough
is
military force to defend Europe.
that is certainly the case now, but that is changing, and that is changing rather quickly.
And it should. I mean, we should not be defending Europe. We should not be defending Asia. We shouldn't have Marines in Australia like pussies. Take care of your own shit. Not that we're going to spend that money on infrastructure and healthcare, but at least we won't be spending it on your fucking asses. I'm for all of those things. I don't want America to police the world. Rich countries can take care of themselves. So what I guess what you look at that as a positive, and I just don't
No,
see.
I'm not saying that's a detriment. What I'm saying is that I'm not looking at it in terms of like an absolute detriment. I'm looking at it in terms of kind of global power structure. That I think what the U.S. says goes is no longer the case, or is on its way towards no longer being the case. And
Yeah, and
because
I
of a lot
get
of
that's what
things.
you're saying. I don't see that in any way, shape, or form. So I guess I just have to agree. Stay with us though, MC Funk, and we're gonna get to Shannon in a moment. But
Yep.
Bjorn is back with us on stereo, and I don't want to leave him hanging too much. So let's get Bjorn in on this. Bjorn, we've moved past immigration. My apologies. I've had to restart the show on stereo like 2 or 3 times. But you're with us now. If you can hear us, do you have some thoughts about the recent Israeli attack on Iran, followed very quickly thereafter by the US bombers that I think left Missouri and just flew like 2 days there and back? But also, we have the continued defense of Israel. So whenever people shoot at Israel, when those missiles are shot down, that's not Israel, that's the US. So we are paying to defend them from an enemy that legitimately should be attacking Israel because they were attacked first in this specific instance. And then we went ahead and not only defended Israel, we attacked Iran as well. But if you listen to the president, J.D. Vance, we are not at war with Iran. We are at war with Iran's nuclear program. So I guess that's technically a difference. I don't know. Bjorn, what do you think about this?
Well, I mean, it's incredibly simple. That's for sure. Well, Middle East always has been. JK. Um, I mean, I guess it's like, where do you start? I think, you know, I guess from, the, or to put on like Israel hat and say, well, what is Israel's motivations and what is their worldview? What motivated them? I think most of us understand that. They have been signaling forever, if you get a nuclear bomb, we're going to bomb you before you get it. So, whether or not that actually happened, or if they are basically just saying, hey, well, Trump's in office now, he's going to like give us more cover than like a previous Democratic president would. So we're just going to kind of take advantage of that situation, which is kind of how I read it. I think it didn't seem like there was, at least from the, who knows, I'm not in the intelligence field, but it seemed like they weren't necessarily super closer than they typically always are. I think from Iran's standpoint, you were asking like, why does it matter for these nuclear powers and all this stuff? Well, it makes you, in the social media game of countries, it puts you on that next level of like, oh, you're a nuclear power. And people pay attention to you, people listen to you, people are less likely to attack you because of like really bad things that can happen if they drop a nuke on your head. But the other thing is they've also have been playing the game of, hey, we're going to get a nuke. What you're going to do if we get a nuke? Oh, like, are you going to give us money? And we give them money to like not get a nuke and all these other things. We're still paying attention to them. So it's kind of like that, you know, no, no press is bad press. Because if we are paying attention to them, Iran's, because have we paid attention to Bahrain lately? No, but if not, if Bahrain was like, hey, we're going to develop a nuke, we would start paying attention to Bahrain and blah, blah, blah. And we'd be sending negotiators and getting them attention and saying, well, what are your issues? What are you worried about? What can we help with that? So, like, there's a little bit of that, like milking we're developing a nuclear bomb, because it doesn't take that long to develop a nuclear bomb, but they are slow playing it. They have the nuclear inspectors and they're kind of like listening to everyone on like how much can they enrich and what pace they can enrich. So it's kind of like a game from their standpoint. But at the same time, it's still in the back pocket. It's like, hey, if we really want to do this, then we can do it and kind of like crush our foes. So instead, because that isn't necessarily like viable, they have done the proxy wars against, Israel. So clearly it's their main like opponent. So that's just my assessment of motivations before we get into the other sort of things. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So what do you think about the
Here's a question.
idea that having what just happened makes it more likely that Iran's going to get a nuclear missile? I feel like they've always wanted that, or I guess I should say a nuclear weapon. I don't know that this makes them want to have that more. I mean, it's been some time that they have clearly known having a nuclear weapon would make them somewhat invincible, would really give them a lot more power. I don't know that that's something they're just realizing the last couple of days.
Well, here's a
Yeah, I mean, I
question.
think they know that, but I think it's the question is like, do they really want a nuclear bomb, or are they wanting just to like play this game where people are paying attention to them as they're slowly developing a nuclear bomb? I don't know if they really wanted a nuclear bomb, but the question is like, if now our response to them slowly increasing their uranium percentages is just to bomb the shit out of them whenever they get closer, then they may be changing their calculus. Like, oh, this is not as like profitable as it used to be, at least in the manner we were doing. So maybe we should do more of an underground thing, like metaphorically and potentially realistically, so that like we are just kind of developing and we can do it in like a year or two or 5 years or however many years it takes to like hide their facts. And then it's going to be like on spycraft more stuff to find it. Because I
But
think there's been
I'm
like
no nuclear
his kid with
scientist. I feel like it's not so simple for them to get this. If it was, they would have already gotten it. And if they have to go underground, both in the ways you mentioned of like, let's talk about it less and go more underground, that makes it harder rather than easier. So I don't see that this increases the likelihood of them getting a nuclear weapon in any way. In fact, I think it's the opposite. Really quickly, let me just read from CNN. This is from like really, I think it was just updated now. The U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back by months, according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment that was described by 7 people briefed on it. Yeah, the sources they use. The assessment, which has not been previously reported, was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. It's based on a battle damage assessment, blah, 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 blah. The analysis of the damage to the sites and the impact of the strikes on Iran's nuclear ambitions is ongoing and could change as more intelligence becomes available. At least they mentioned that. That's something they usually don't mention. But the early findings are at odds with President Donald Trump's repeated claims that the strikes completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth also said on Sunday that Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Something I've seen in the news before reading this article was that we set them back 6 months. This, I think, is talking more about less than 6 months, but less than 6 months to 6 months is what I've been seeing thus far. The White House acknowledged the existence of the assessment, but says they disagree with it. So once again, this is just the latest and is not necessarily needing to be taken with fact. So I guess it would be safe to say somewhere from several months to 6 months or maybe even more is the damage we've done in just one very, very limited, though technologically interesting and how far they had to fly, one very limited attack. So I don't know that this is necessarily the nail in the coffin for doing more. It just shows that we can only accomplish so much in these very small, limited attacks, and maybe we should do more. At the very least, everything I'm seeing in this article and previously that I've just checked out over the last 24 hours is that this has not helped Iran's nuclear ambitions. So I'm going with that. I feel like that's where this is
I
headed
agree.
to.
No, I definitely agree that this has not helped their nuclear um, process, at least definitely in the short term. I mean, I think part of this too is that, Donald Trump has a very, ham fisted approach to like diplomacy. He's just kind of like flailing about, like, saying whatever impulsively comes to him and changes his mind 3 days later. But hey, we're used to this from Donald Trump. And he also is, which may be something I appreciate about him, is he's not like quick to jump to war. And in this case, I don't think wanted to do this. And I think he was kind of, his hand was forced by Israel basically to like do this. And they're like, hey, we're, like we started this process. Like, we just need you to, like, you agree that you don't want nukes. You should like help us blow this base up, and you guys have got the cool tools. And I think that he was like, all right, I'll do this one thing, but then I'm
Is someone talking and I can't hear them?
And
1 second. Sorry. Bjorn was talking. Can anyone else hear Bjorn? I can hear Bjorn. MC Funk, can you hear Bjorn?
Maybe. Testing.
I hear Bjorn. I hear you. MC Funk is not throwing in right now. It could be a problem. This happens sometimes with people over on Twitter Spaces. So until we hear from someone else, Shannon says she could not hear Bjorn. Can anyone else hear Bjorn? I can. I can see Bjorn's audio showing up on my readouts.
I can hear
All right.
myself.
Yeah, we'll just go forward with Bjorn is audible until we hear different. So yeah, sorry. Please continue. But thanks for
MC
the
is
notice, Shannon.
talking.
Oh, this is
I
definitely
was basically
Shannon
just
then.
saying
Yeah.
that I think that I was just thinking that like overall, clearly, like he doesn't like getting it mixed into like wars or long wars or extended things. So like he's gonna go and do his thing, say he did the most, you know, really overplay like what he did, and then he's gonna move on and he's gonna focus on the deal, which is really what he wants to do. And that's why he's like saying, hey, this is a 12-day war. Like I'm the best. Like you should give me the Nobel Peace Prize because I like fix this and they're gonna like be friends after this forever. And that's why he was like pissed off today, you know, dropping the F bomb whenever he was talking about this because he had a deal and then they kind of like, you know, they're still like, you know, shooting rockets at each other. And he's like, what the heck, guys? Thought we said we had a deal. So to him, he's more pissed off about that than he is like about, you know, the actual like bombings or like the fact that Iran bombed one of our bases in Qatar, which he knew about and they publicized. And he said, wow, thanks for letting us know you're going to bomb our base. Didn't really hurt anyone, but thanks. You know, it's just like this whole thing is like really bizarre in general.
I didn't know Trump dropped the F bomb today. That's interesting. Thanks for that. Was that during
yeah,
a
check it out.
conference or where was that?
No, he was like walking onto a plane. He was visibly
And people
pissed.
could hear it because of like boom mics or like he had a microphone that he didn't realize was on.
No, I mean, it was a press. Like everybody had their cameras and everything shoved in his face, and he dropped it full on. You should watch it.
Wow. God, mother effers in Israel. No, okay. All right. Well, I'll try to find that. If anybody has that clip, we could play that and laugh. Okay. So I think we're hearing Bjorn over on Twitter Spaces. If not, please keep me updated. Let's jump over and hear from the man of the hour himself, Mr. President. You just bombed Iran. Why did you decide to send U.S. bombers?
Look, I don't have
to
time for this.
Iran's nuclear facilities.
The situation with Iran is a total disaster, and somebody had to take action, and that somebody was me. I made the tough decision to send in the bombers, and let me tell you, it was the right call, believe me. Nobody knows more about making tough calls than I do.
Nobody knows more about making tough calls than he does. Let's jump over here to stereo. We're going to hear from LB.
Hey y'all, what's going on? I was listening for a little bit. I'm just chilling at home. Bjorn, it's been so long since I've seen you on here. What is going on? Lynn Wee's debate. I'm sorry if I chopped that up. I hope y'all are having a wonderful evening. And Sports Rumble, what's happening?
Oh my gosh, it's Sports Rumble. I didn't see Sports Rumble was there. Thanks for alerting me to that. Sports Rumble, want to hear your thoughts on Iran and Trump. You're a big Trump supporter. Big in heart, not necessarily physically large. I'm not sure how big of a person you are. But yes, Sports Rumble, LB, give me some more comments. Bjorn, if you want to throw in, just go ahead and start talking. As you know, that's how it works over on stereo. Shannon, you're back with us. Shannon left. I sent her a message. I thought it was her. Apostate Nate, you're with us right now. It says you're a speaker. Can you throw in so I can make sure I see my levels over on Twitter Spaces? They appear to be working. Apostate Nate, do you have anything to add? Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Okay, MC Funk is saying he doesn't hear anything. I might need to reset it, but I'm not sure why. Okay, let me do this. Let me swipe up on Twitter, and it should reconnect me. Let's roll the dice and see if that does anything.
What's up, lady boss?
All right, trying to reconnect over on Twitter Spaces. All right, everybody, can you hear me over on Twitter Spaces? I think it's working. Let me know. Send me messages over on Discord. Send me messages on Twitter. We'll make it work. Let's go back to stereo. And hey, it's Sports Rumble. Take it away.
I think we made the right decision by hitting the targets we hit so that they don't get a nuclear bomb, because around with a nuclear bomb would essentially give a terrorist organization like Al Qaeda something we don't need them having, that could create a disaster way worse than 9/11. Let's be very clear about that. Also, I know this is kind of off topic, but I'm gonna just state this anyways. Diddy is going down. Diddy is going to be guilty by sometime next week.
Yeah, Sports Rumble was on the show sometime in the last several weeks and was like, "Hey Lee, you been paying attention to the Diddy?" No, not at all. I don't know anything about. He was giving me some details. I assume Diddy is going down. Too many D's. Too much alliteration here. Diddy done did. Dog down bad. But I wouldn't be surprised. You know, he's rich. He's a celebrity. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't as bad as what Sports Rumble is preaching. But then again, we did get R. Kelly. We did get Epstein. No. Epstein was murdered. Yeah, he was murdered in prison. That's my opinion. We got, who was the like Hollywood producer? God, was that Epstein? There was the guy who owned the islands. He was murdered in prison.
Wine.
And then we had Weinstein, thank you.
Weinstein.
Right, Weinstein. So yeah,
That was
so
Weinstein.
he's the one, yeah, who is in jail now. We had Cosby, but he was released on technicality. So once again, I mean, Cosby is like serial rapist apparently. So he got out eventually. So I don't know. Jury is literally still out on the Diddy case. Okay, is anybody listening over on Twitter Spaces? Is anybody having some positivity over there? I restarted the space. I see on my end that I'm talking, there's always the little waveform underneath you when you speak. I can see that it's on my end going out, and people on stereo certainly can hear me. Is anybody still not hearing me over on Twitter Spaces? Okay, MC Funk says, "Yeah, I'm back." Okay, that's good. He's just not joining me as a speaker right now. Or are you?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I restarted. They're a little bit choppy, but I can still hear you, and I couldn't before.
Okay. I assume it was me because Shannon also said she was having that problem, but Twitter Spaces does do this from time to time. Maybe it was everybody. Okay. All right. Let's keep doing some messages over on stereo. We're talking about Iran right now. We can do another hot take,
It was
but
me
this is
too, Lee.
clearly the elephant in the room. Oh, who's that? Was that Apostate Nate?
I said, Lee, I couldn't hear you either. I've been trying to get back in for like 5 minutes. Yeah, I
Hey,
just got
there it
the audio
is.
back. I've had no idea what's been going on.
Excellent. Okay. Well, we're just talking about Iran still. So if you have an updated hot take from you or MC Funk or Shannon or anybody else or Bjorn over on stereo, keep throwing them out. In the meantime, we'll go with some stereo messages.
So yeah,
all right. This is LB again.
I have a
yeah.
question.
Sorry, MC Funk, take it.
So now I will preface this with, I'm not saying this is the case, but I think it is a useful thought experiment. So just bear with me here for a minute and just kind of run with the concept. Is it possible that I know it sounds crazy, but is it possible that Iran having a nuclear weapon would actually create a more stable Middle East if more of them had nuclear weapons? Because it would necessarily force everybody to put their big boy pants on, if you will, and maybe create an incentive to have less of these kind of proxy wars because the stakes become much higher. So that would kind of necessarily force everybody to kind of cut a lot of that shit out. And maybe that wouldn't be the case. Maybe it would just mean like, oh no, everybody's gonna nuke everybody, because religion. But maybe not. Like it just, I think, is a useful thought experiment.
Yeah, it's interesting. I appreciate the zig when I thought you were going to zag. I would say it doesn't in this case, just like having nukes with India and Pakistan. I don't think so positive. President Barack Obama has said, I think on more than one occasion, that the thing that kept him up at night during his 8 years was a nuclear capable Pakistan. Um, I don't think it helps. If we had another Israel in the Middle East, an adult that we can trust, even though we oftentimes lately disagree with what's going on with Gaza. I guess I'd say many of us on the show do. I still choose Israel hands down compared to anybody else in the area, and it's not even close. If we had another Israel that was nuclear capable, because Israel has nukes, they've never confirmed or denied it, but yeah, they have nukes. I think that would be a positive. I don't think it's a positive that India has nukes. I don't think it's a positive that Pakistan has nukes, although you can maybe say the fact that they both have them is better than one of them having them. But I don't think you get that in the Middle East. I don't think it's a positive that China has nukes. It's not a positive that North Korea has nukes. I think Iran is more of a North Korea, India, Pakistan without the benefit that both India and Pakistan have nukes. Um, that's my 2 cents. Does anybody else have any 2 cents? Shannon, your hand's up. You had your hand up for something else, but do you think a nuclear capable Iran somehow could be a good thing, or is that all bad?
No, I would see it as more bad than good. We don't need more nukes in the world. But I mean, I would be more worried when you guys were talking about USSR arming Iran. I would be much more concerned about China arming Iran like they did Pakistan. That's how Pakistan got their nuclear weapons, was China, and China is Iran's biggest trading partner. So I'd be much more worried about China giving them nukes than Russia at this point.
Yeah, I would still go back to I'm not worried about anyone giving Iran nukes, but you're right. It doesn't have to be just Russia. That's fair. Bjorn, what do you think about just the hypothetical? Does having two countries in the Middle East with nukes, does anybody else have nukes? I'll have to fact check this, but does having at least another country like Iran having some sort of nuclear weapon capability, is that at all some sort of equalization?
I mean, I guess it depends on how much you believe the rhetoric. Because Iran says death to America, death to Israel, like every other day. So and if we assume that they're a bad actor and targeting, not that Israel has the high road per se, but Iran is like targeting the population centers, and like I feel like they don't necessarily, like, if they had a bomb, they would much more likely be able to like just drop it on Tel Aviv, I feel, than clearly like Israel. Also, I think if they felt that Iran was developing a bomb and was about to shoot it at them, I think they also would shoot a nuclear bomb back at them. So I think that that's the thing. I think that if they're, I don't think that they're lying, that they are worried about Iran developing a nuclear bomb, and that's why they're attacking. And they're using the cover a little bit of the American president right now to do that. But I do think that if they developed a bomb like in 2 months or whatever, and Trump said, no, don't go get them, they would say, I don't care. We're going to do this because hashtag self-preservation is our number one priority. I guess we'll burn that bridge with America to save ourselves. So I think that is kind of their main focus, is never again, sort of the main focus. So I don't know. I don't think that it would be good. I think it would only lead in that instance to further worsening of uh, hostilities and probably lead to a nuclear exchange.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think I was thinking this, but I wasn't able to connect the dots. So thank you for connecting what I'm just about to say. North Korea and Iran are these sort of like death to America. We're insane. We could imagine them lighting the match that burns the world, sort of a situation. I don't see that as much. I say as much, so I see a little bit of that from Pakistan. I see even less of that from India, and I don't see that from China, to be fair. And then the rest of the countries that we'll get to in a moment that have nukes, I don't see that from them. But I agree with Bjorn. I feel like Israel would press the button because once again, they say, never again, never again. October 7th, was it? And then, of course, the Holocaust and all the wars that Israel has been involved with, they didn't start them. So, I mean, like, this is what it's like for Israel. Doesn't mean I give them, carte blanche when it comes to Gaza, but they certainly have not been the aggressor. They've been the victor, they've been the winner, but they've not been the aggressor. I don't think it would be fair to call them that at all. But yes, I agree that they would say, okay, we're just not going to be allies with America anymore, and we're going to drop a bomb to prevent something worse from happening. So I'm looking at ChatGPT right now over on my video streams on Twitch and Rumble. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate to find all my video streams, and go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate to support the show. Hey, Patreon. You can also just go to patreon.com/NEWZ debate directly. You don't need my bit.ly link, and support the show. And then you're an instant co-host, like all the people we've been hearing today, like MC Funk, Apostate Nate, Shannon, Bjorn. But we still hear from you. If you're not a paid supporter, that's totally fine. I get it. But we'll get to you after we get to everybody else. So Israel is the only country in the Middle East widely believed to have nuclear weapons. It's never admitted it, but it's suggested that it has somewhere between 80 and 200. Then nowhere else in the Middle East has it. And then, as Shannon has tweeted, I also looked this up, but thank you for the reminder, Shannon. Here are the countries that have nukes. As of 2025, 9 countries officially or unofficially, so both, possess nuclear weapons. Russia has around 5,600. The United States, wow, we have less than Russia. We have around 5,200. China has more than 500. France has 290. The United Kingdom has 225. Israel has about 80 to 200, as we heard earlier. Pakistan has 180 thereabouts. India, wow, less than Pakistan. There's about 170. North Korea has an estimated 40 to 50. Okay. So once again, on that list, the worst one is North Korea. I would say the second worst one is Pakistan. The third worst one is India. I think China being armed with nukes is much more preferred to Pakistan or India, especially Pakistan. I'm with Barack Obama, the non-liberal president, on that one. Still a Democrat, not a liberal Democrat. So that's the current landscape. I do worry about Israel. I didn't worry about it till Bjorn just mentioned it now, but the fact that Israel is just going balls to the wall with this, we're going to fuck everybody up so no one fucks with us again. The fact that they have as many as perhaps 200 nuclear weapons, I feel like they could use one. Yeah, I really do. I agree with Bjorn's assessment. Okay, so that's that. We have some messages over on stereo. No one has their hands raised. Bjorn, once again, you can throw in because you can't raise your hand. If no one else has their hands raised now, we'll go check in with stereo and see what they have to say. This is LB.
So I'm actually glad that they destroyed their nuclear weapons. I'm guessing. Here's the thing: the Iranian government, it's like Handmaid's Tale over there. From what I've been hearing and seeing. So I think if a government treats the women that bring life into this world for them like that, then think about how they would treat the rest of the world. So, yeah, take their weapons away. Take the nuclear weapons away. And I'm glad the United States got involved, because if they didn't get involved, then other countries may have gotten involved. So, now everybody knows, back off. That's enough, So, we'll see.
So, LB, thanks for the message. A couple clarifications. We did not destroy. Okay, so I have to make sure I don't confuse the situation more. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear facilities that could be used to create weapons, but they're not there yet. And whatever capability they had previously, they're behind that now after the Israeli, but especially the American attack, which was a very limited targeted attack. Now I'm looking at CNN. I read this article a moment ago. Early U.S. intel suggests that the strikes on Iran did not destroy their sites and may have, in fact, only pushed their progress back a handful of months. I've seen 6 months listed a lot. I'm not worried about that because we clearly could attack them more. I don't think Iran really has any military capabilities right now. I have seen that across the Sunday morning shows. The people who are talking about this on now an hourly basis, no one is saying that Iran is going to have this capability of retaliation or that capability. It's just we're worried about getting boots on the ground. We're worried about starting yet another American led or American participating in Middle East war. We're worried about there are some possibilities that Iran could target American military assets in the Middle East with conventional weapons. But even then, that seems to be rather limited and perhaps, if you will, worth the benefit of stopping Iran from continuing to try to develop nuclear weapons. But we did not take nuclear weapons away from Iran because they don't have them, nor have we destroyed their facilities. I still argue that they're not anywhere close to getting a nuke. But Bjorn has very, very easily convinced me that we should be afraid of Israel having nukes. And so this just complicates things, but in a different way than I was arguing for a moment ago when I disagreed with MC Funk that this might lead to more nukes. We're getting some more messages over on stereo. I don't see any hands over on Twitter Spaces, so we'll keep going. Oh, this is interesting. Bjorn has posted over on my Discord server. Once again, go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate and join us over on Discord. This is a visual of the largest armies in the Middle East. Let's bring this up. All right, so Egypt has 1.22 million military personnel. Iran has slightly less at 1.18 million. Turkey has 883,000. Israel has 670,000. I think Israel is the most combat effective, the most well trained. Let me know if anyone disagrees with that. So even though they're half of Egypt and Iran, basically, I think they're a more effective, better equipped fighting force. Saudi Arabia has 407,000. Iraq has 293,000. Syria has 270,000. The UAE, United Arab Emirates, has 207,000. Jordan has 200,000. And Lebanon has 160,000. Okay, let's go back over to stereo and hear more messages. We're going to hear from Sports Rumble first.
I mean, Diddy, after being berated for 6 weeks by a prosecution that obliterated him, then decides, after one day of his defense team showing exhibits, yeah, we're not putting anybody on the stand, not even myself. Defense rest on day 2. So yeah, pretty much no defense. I don't know if it is defensible at all, but yeah, it's not looking good for the diddler.
The Diddler. Yeah. The Diddler, the sidekick to the Riddler. Yeah. P. Diddler. Okay. And there will be a lot of jokes about diddling the Diddler when he goes to jail. Check the late night shows still. Oh, yeah. They'll bring the funnies. Okay, it's News Debate. I'm Lee. We got another message or two over on stereo. We're also now 3 hours into the show. I wanted to go at least 4 hours so we can keep talking about Iran, or we can go into yet another hot take. We've only done 2 hot takes. First one was alligator Alcatraz in Florida, which led into discussion of immigration and deportations. And then we moved now into our current discussion of Iran. There's some more out there. We could jump into some new areas. We could talk about this for another 50 minutes or so, and I would hit the 4 hours. It's up to you guys. So steer the show as you see fit. We could definitely talk about P. Diddy. I don't have a lot to say about that. I think he probably did the things he's accused of. I think a lot of people in the hip hop community, the music industry, just rich, powerful, ego driven people in general. So actors, everybody else, I think they've done a lot of this stuff too. And it's just until someone stands up or for whatever reason, someone says something and it gets paid attention to. I mean, Bill Cosby was raping women for years. Tracy Morgan joked about it on 30 Rock. There's this other black comedian, is it Hannibal Buress? He like did some Comedy Central stuff a long time ago. He joked about it. Like, people were talking about this for years and then no one did anything until for whatever reason things started happening. So I don't think P. Diddy is particularly unique. He's certainly probably on the worst end of things, but Michael Vick and the dog fighting, or R. Kelly and the peeing on girls, whatever he did, like I think that this is actually a lot more common than anybody on average realizes. So I don't say that to defend P. Diddy. I don't know that he's particularly worse than other people that are doing this that we don't know about. Maybe he's on the worst end, but I guarantee you there's more of this going on. So there's not much for me to add to that. But if other people want to talk about P. Diddy, hey, we can do some diddling. All right. We got, is that Shannon? Yes, your hand is up.
I have one. I like what RFK is doing in one aspect. And you know how much I hate RFK. So him and Dr. Eyes come in yesterday saying they want to get rid of the pre-authorizations that insurance companies require when a doctor orders something.
Hey, look at that. Finally, RFK gives us something. All right. So let me bring this up. So this is RFK. You said pre-authorization is the, oh, thank you, Shannon. You just tweeted this. Of course, Shannon has this ready for me. I would expect no less. Shannon is on her game today. All right. Oh, this is also from NPR. Yeah, it's getting out a lot of news before it gets shut down. MC Funk correctly pointed out on Discord much earlier in the show, NPR receives a very small amount of funding from the government. And even then, that's just flagship NPR. And then the rest of the NPR stations, I think they actually have to pay to use the NPR content. And at most, they get some grants. Some grants are ending. But those are short-term things. So NPR and NPR affiliates around the country are going to be fine, but it is also true, I would say, that the cutbacks will have some consequences. Okay, so this is NPR. RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz, ooh, they're teaming up, say health insurers will cut red tape on prior authorizations. This is from today. When your doctor decides you could benefit from a particular test or procedure, your insurance company might require documentation to prove it's necessary before agreeing to pay for anything. Sometimes this prior authorization process requires faxing paperwork, getting denials, and going through an appeals process. Insurers ramped up the red tape in recent years, drawing the ire of patients, doctors, and state policymakers who have championed various fixes to rein it in. Now, a coalition of private health insurance companies have voluntarily pledged to standardize and reform this process. Wait, so how are they claiming victory on this? I guess they organized them? By the end of the calendar year, federal health officials announced in a press conference Monday the prior authorization process will be significantly better for healthcare providers and patients. I don't like the voluntary part. I don't know if this is going to work out, but according to the Department of Health and Human Services and AHIP, the Political Advocacy and Trade Association for Health Insurers, here are the 6 key parts of the pledge. 1, standardize electronic prior authorization submissions. What does that even mean? 2, reduce the number of medical services that require prior authorization. What does that even mean? 3, honor existing authorizations when patients change insurance plans in the middle of ongoing treatment. That one seems pretty straightforward. 4, enhance transparency and communication about authorization decisions and appeals. What does that even mean? The next one, minimize delays with real time approvals for most requests. What does that even mean? And finally, ensure medical professionals review all clinical denials. What is a medical professional? How long do they have to review it? Not sure this is going to do anything, but we can hope. Federal health officials told reporters that while this represents a voluntary commitment, they are prepared to issue new regulations if insurers don't abide by the agreement. Trust us. If they continue to screw you over, we're going to do something about it. Okay. Robert F. Kennedy, the health secretary, explains that this work came about because it represented a quick way to improve the dysfunctional health insurance system. Dr. Oz, administrator for the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services, suggests another reason for taking this on. He says there's violence in the streets over these issues, alluding to the targeted killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last December, and I will add by American American folk hero Luigi Mangione. Okay, Shannon, what do you think about all this? You're someone who, in your ongoing relationship with the show and patreon.com/NEWZ debate support, you have been rushed to the hospital several times and have told us about each one of them. So you're someone who is definitely interested in some reform in the healthcare industry. I don't know that this is going to be that, but what do you think? What are your thoughts?
Well, my insurance company is one of the ones that have agreed to it, so I'm okay for right now. If it actually happens. So what you were saying was like standardized electronic prior authorization submissions. So
What
what
does that
happens
even mean?
is okay, yeah. So like one of my medications I'm on, it costs $5,000 a month. It's the only one that works to thin my blood. I have to take injections twice a month.
Oh
But
my
it needs
gosh,
prior
Shannon.
authorization.
I feel like some company is going to send an assassin to kill you.
So it has to get a prior authorization every month because the cheaper alternative is like 3 cents a pill. It's warfarin, but it doesn't thin my blood. But that's the standardized care for anyone with DVTs or PEs in the past. I have to take Lovenox. So what they need to do is the pharmacy will try to put it through my insurance. My insurance will say, no, it needs a pre-authorization. So then my insurance has to call. So instead of electronically submitting it, they have to call the doctor, and the doctor now has to call the insurance company to pre-authorize it. Then the insurance
Yes,
company
your
has
doctor
to
has to do this
recall.
every month.
Yes. Usually like every
You know
3
what?
months. Usually they'll
You know
authorize
what?
it for like 3 months
Not
and then
all
they'll do
saints wear a cape. Your poor doctor.
it. Right. And then the insurance company then has to call a pharmacy to approve it again. And none of this is electronic and it takes a lot of people time. And if you need that medication,
So, but
quickly.
let me ask you this. So it says standardize electronic prior authorization submissions. Okay. Standardize means
Right.
nothing. So you can assume that means that that's the standard, but there are always exceptions to the standard. And how quickly does that take place? Okay. So it doesn't mean that much to me. But then also, when does this even start? Is this a year from now? Is this 6 months from now? Is this
Oh,
two
I don't
years from
know. I
now?
just I don't know when it's supposed to start.
So,
I just thought I'd give you
Hey
some good
Lee,
news that I'm
stop
looking
kicking me in
forward
the
to
balls.
something.
I'm feeling good about this. Why are you making me feel bad about
I
this?
think
Come on, Lee. You're not
I think
helping me
the
here.
I think the standardized aspect of it comes in because every insurance company has their own special snowflake process for the provider to ask for a prior authorization. Uh, because usually like the doctor has to actually submit it to the insurance for you, and every insurance provider has their own forms, their own process, and it's different for all of them. But
So
I
speaking of
think
this,
the,
MC Funk, you shared some time ago. I can't remember. Well, actually, no. It was around the time Luigi Mangione killed the CEO. Your son
yeah,
takes a very expensive medication that you have just given us a few details, not everything. You have said that you have to pay out of pocket for it, and with you and
yep.
your ex-wife, who still have a very good relationship, taking care of your son, that is a cost that you have agreed to take on. And there are cheaper medications, and you tried them with your son, but they were not good. And you said, no more. We're not going to try these cheaper medications. I'm just going to pay out of pocket for this. And I think it was like several $100s a month. But when the United Health CEO was murdered in the morning one day in Manhattan by Luigi Mangione, who almost got away with it, but didn't, you decided to roll the dice and you resubmitted this medication to your insurance to see if they would cover it. And lo and behold, after the CEO of a major American insurance company was gunned down in the street, apparently insurance companies were a little bit more open to covering people's medications. And the last time I heard from you, your son's medication was now being covered by the insurance company. Do you have an update for us?
So that is more or less the situation. Basically, he has to take the brand name version because there's generics available that are cheap, but he has had like really crappy side effects with the generics, and so he needs the brand name one. And they basically just didn't want to cover it because the brand name one was expensive. And they said, well, you got to try. We'll cover it, but only if you try these 6 different ones first. And it's like every time you try to switch to a different one, it's like it's really tough on him and his body. And after 3 of them, I was like, I'm not like this kid's 7. I'm not gonna put him through this anymore. Like I'm not gonna keep going down this list of, you know, 3 more. We know we have one that works. We know this one works.
Sorry,
We're just
MC
gonna
Funk.
suck
I
it up and
accidentally hit
yeah,
the
that's fine.
everyone is muted. So yeah, please continue. So he
Yeah,
had bad side effects, and you're like, I'm
yeah.
not going to put him through this anymore.
Right. Like I'm not going to keep trying. I'm not going to run a science experiment on him for like another year trying out these 3 different ones when we have one that we know works. Like we did 3. I'm not going to do the other 3 because we know this one works. And yeah, it was like $480 a month, and the and it eventually actually went down to 140. And we had submitted it for prior authorization. The doctor had with the history of we tried these other 3, and they were like, yeah, but you didn't try all 6 of them, so no. And but yeah, I'd I had I'd seen a few posts on Reddit about people who worked at insurance companies who were like, "Hey, we're approving everything right now, just so you know, because they're all freaked out about this and denying people's claims." So, and I was like, "Oh, now might be a good time." So, yeah, I asked my doctor to submit it, and it had been denied like 3 times, literally a month prior. And sure enough, yeah, they approved it within. It was approved within like almost instantaneously. So it was like an automatic approval. So um, but I am unfortunately back to out of pocket now because he has switched insurances and the even if it was covered, it's on a high deductible plan, so it's basically not covered. So it's back to 140 bucks a month, but 140 is better than 480.
So yeah, just like I was talking about earlier with the border, I don't think there's any going back. Things have changed. So for you, luckily, even though it's not covered, it's not the 400. It's less than 200. Bjorn, you're with us over on Stereo. You are a medical professional. You've talked about some of your experiences on the show in the past. Do you want to say anything about this voluntary thing that's being rolled out by RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz? And then also, I have the ProPublica article that you've posted in the Discord server. But if you could talk about the Dr. Oz and RFK thing first, and then we can get into ProPublica. Swing and a miss.
Yeah,
Bjorn may or may. Oh, there you are.
choppy, so
Yep.
I'm not sure if I'm coming through well or not. I'll just launch and let me know if not. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, I think it's just the connection is maybe a little choppy, so I'm not sure if it's going to come through delayed. Oh, great. So first of all, yeah, I'm highly skeptical that the insurance companies will voluntarily do anything that's going to substantially decrease their profits. Just that sounds really silly, but it might be a little hand wavy. If it does improve things, that sounds great. Sorry, Shannon. I think it's smoke and mirrors more than anything. I think it's going to take um, real legislation to really like put the screws to the insurance companies um, before I think they need to be abolished overall. But like in the meantime, like better regulations just have to go in that they're not voluntarily doing. Voluntarily do will just be like weak sauce and probably not really change the landscape of what's really the problem. If there are improvements, great. So I think in terms of prior auths and how that works, yes, they suck. And I think that this the what they're describing sounds like good. There's things I think are all good, but there's so many like loopholes and weasel ways to get out of there. And the insurance companies are like the masters of finding new ways to like add red tape and add things in. And they, invented the copay. Like, why does a copay exist? We are already paying them to like cover us, and now we have to pay them again. It's so ridiculous. Like the whole, if there's a new, I mean, part of the thing is they're very nimble. And so if there's a government regulation, they will find a new way to like invent a new thing that's going to like make the red tape harder and still like separate you from the medical care you need, and that's then increasing their profit. So I'm very skeptical of things that they voluntarily do themselves. Kind of leading into the ProPublica article, basically, it's kind of a potential expose on a particular bad actor in India who makes a lot of drugs, and apparently they've over and over again like had safety violations and have had documented problems where these generic drugs will go out and people will have side effects to them. People will get sick. Some people have died, and they go and they do the inspections and their places are covered with like gross stuff basically, and not good things are getting into the drugs. And so, who knows to what extent that is. And because of drug shortages, the FDA has allowed them to continue to operate in a lot of cases, and especially in certain drugs, despite like them having a potentially banned from sending drugs here. The article is very damning, so I read it with horror, and hopefully everyone knows that they're terrible people. So, yeah.
You heard it first, everybody. Indians are terrible people. The entire country. No, it's not. Okay. So this is really quickly. It's from ProPublica. I have this up on my video streams. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate for my video streams. So basically, it's Twitch and it's Rumble. Threat in your medicine cabinet. The FDA's gamble on America's drugs. We are still reporting. If you are a current or former FDA employee or someone in the industry with information, reach out to us. They're like, please. All right. So here are the highlights. The FDA has given more than 20 foreign factories a special pass to continue sending drugs to the U.S., even though they were made at plants that the agency had banned. The medications came mostly from plants in India, once again, a country full of horrible people, where inspectors found contaminated drugs, filthy labs, and falsified records. The agency did not proactively inform the public when drugs were exempted from import bans and did not routinely test the medications to ensure they were safe. And then I'll just read a little bit here. It's a very long article, but on a sweltering morning in Western India in 2022, 3 U.S. inspectors showed up unannounced at a massive pharmaceutical plant surrounded by barricades and barbed wire and demanded to be let inside. For 2 weeks, they scrutinized humming production lines and laboratories spread across the dense industrial campus, peering over the shoulders of workers at the tablet presses, mixers and filling machines that produce dozens of generic drugs for Americans. Much of the factory was supposed to be as sterile as an operating room, but the inspectors discovered what appeared to be metal shavings on drug making equipment and records showing vials of medication that were, quote, blackish from contamination that had been sent to the United States already. Quality testing in some cases had been put off for more than 6 months, and raw materials tainted with unknown, quote, extraneous matter were used anyway, mixed into batches of drugs. Sun Pharma, that's the company. The transgressions were so egregious that the Food and Drug Administration imposed one of the government's harshest penalties, banning the factory from exporting drugs to the U.S. But the agency worried about medication shortages and immediately undercut its mission to ensure the safety of America's drug supply because a secretive group inside the FDA gave the global manufacturer a special pass to continue shipping more than a dozen drugs to the U.S., even though they were made at the same substandard factory that the agency had officially sanctioned. Pills and injectable medications that otherwise would have been banned went to unsuspecting patients across the country, including those with cancer and epilepsy. All right, so there's more, but yes, it sounds terrible. So, Shannon, if you haven't hung yourself already from all of these great medical news items, your hand is up. What do you want to throw out?
I want to know why Bajoran hates me and wants to give me nightmares of my 18
Yeah,
medications I'm on. Why is
all
he?
from the country of India. Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't know where they come from. I can tell you I don't take any black medication because I look at my medication before I stick it in my mouth. But and as for
Nothing gets past Shannon. Hey, Lee, anything I stick in my mouth, I look at it first. All right. Don't have to tell me twice.
only my medications though. um, as for the one that I posted, thank you, Lee. Thank you.
Shannon, this is great. You're in pure form right now. Keep talking. Thank you.
The edibles.
Yeah, I mean, Apostate Nate will just sit back and not say a damn thing for a long time, but don't think that he's not enjoying the conversation. He sends me messages afterwards, and he's like, Lee, I gotta tell you, that was the best show you've done yet. So everybody keep bringing the hate to Shannon. Apostate Nate's just sitting there in his car or in his house, just good, rubbing his hands together, just sending me more money on Patreon. Sorry. Okay. Shannon, continue.
Don't make me troll you on all your posts there, Apostate Nate. I'll start telling everyone you love Jesus.
Oh yeah, Apostate Nate, that born again evangelical friend of mine. Yeah, see, it's gonna come back.
As for the one that I posted about the insurance company, now let's be clear about this. Only 6 insurance companies have agreed to this. So it's probably
But
not
they're big ones,
a
right?
lot of.
They're some of the big players.
Yeah, Blue Cross, United, Cigna, Humana. I guess CVS has a health plan, and Elevance. I've never heard of Elevance. All the others I've heard of or had. But if you're on straight Medicare, that is not included. But if you are on a Medicaid or
Um,
Medicare plan, that is included.
sorry, say that again. If you're on straight Medicare, which is for
Medicare,
retired people, it's not part of this,
right?
but Medicaid is, and that's the like I'm poor or
And
disabled, but I'm not older.
right, and you need to get when you're on the Medicaid. You have the state plan, but then they usually put you into another plan. Like I have two. I'm on Blue Cross Medicare, so that'll be
Okay.
covered, even though
Okay.
it's Medicare.
So
But I'm also on
we have
Medicaid,
so
which
few we have so few public options in the United States that if you're on something like Medicare or Medicaid, yes, it may be administered by the federal government or your local state government, but it's still partnered with a private for-profit plan.
right, you get to pick which
Oh,
plan you want,
Jesus.
depending on. So I have Blue Cross. I don't pay anything anyways because what happens is the Medicare Blue Cross covers first, and then the Medicaid plan would pick up any copays and additional expenses, like if I have to stay in a hospital for 6 months. That's only covered 30 days by Medicare,
And
but it would
do
fall
you
under
receive
Medicaid.
Medicare because of your age and Medicaid because of a disability? Do I understand that correctly?
No, I'm not old enough to receive. I'm on SSDI, so because I'm on disability, your age does not come into effect.
Okay, so
So
if
you're
you're on
automatically put
disability,
on
you can just
Medicare.
get Medicare, and then so why are you on
Right,
also
but
Medicaid?
Medicaid, but not Medicaid. No, Medicaid's based on income.
Okay, sorry, I thought you said you were on both, so you're just on Medicare.
I am on both. I am on both. I make too little in Connecticut,
Okay, so you're on Medicare
so
because
they
of a
give me Medicaid.
disability, and you're on Medicaid
Right.
because your income allows you to
They
be
don't
on
pay me enough.
Medicaid. Okay,
Right.
I understand. Okay, so then because of this, you can double dip, and luckily you don't have to pay for anything.
Correct.
But
Correct.
your Medicare private insurer company is different than your Medicaid private insurance company.
Right. I don't have like straight out Medicare because that's kind of crappy. You have to pay a lot of extra copays and some stuff's not covered and some stuff is. Like they have the different levels like Medicaid B, Medicaid A, Medicaid C,
So why would
and you can
anyone
decide
use
on which
that
you
rather
want.
than go with like
I'm sorry, not
Medicaid
Medicare.
Blue
I'm sorry,
Cross or something?
Medicaid. I'm sorry, not Medicaid. I'm sorry, not Medicaid. Medicare. Medicare has the different levels like Medicare B, because like my dad. He's retired, but he automatically gets Medicare. But because of his retirement package, he automatically gets private insurance. So they
Oh, okay.
refund
So
his
your Medicare
Medicare.
is based on your situation with retirement, but since you have Medicare for disability, you get the best Medicare.
Right. But I have
Okay.
to, but
All right.
I
So
choose
the
which
goal
Medicare plan
here
I'm in.
is to be disabled, everybody. I know it's a tough sell, but just, you know what? If you walk in front of a car, you only got to do it once. If you fall off a ladder, just one good fall, and you too can enjoy the best Medicare that your government can give you. And then don't make a lot of money afterwards, and you can also get the good Medicaid. Okay. All right. So that is an enigma wrapped in a conundrum. So that is okay, that's really
But
deep.
then,
The long and short of it
no,
is
because
that
the
you don't have to pay
Medicare,
much, if not anything.
right. But if the Medicare, you have to choose your plan. So now you have to go on to the health exchange and choose a Medicare plan. So I have Blue Cross, but I could get stuff like Humana or United, or there's a bunch of other ones too. But you have to compare on what's better for you and
And
which
can you switch
medications
if
they'll
you're having
cover. And
difficulty with one of them? Can you say, I want to switch over to Humana or whatever?
I can always switch because I'm on Medicaid, but people just on Medicare have to wait for open enrollment, which is September to January
Okay, yeah, they have
to
to,
January
like, you can
1st.
only apply to college at a certain time. They're forced to go with those
Right.
timelines. But because you made the sensible choice of falling off a ladder, you get the best of both worlds. Okay, this is great. Or maybe she walked in
My
front of a bus.
disability
I
was
don't
much
know.
worse. No, I slipped on dog drool.
Nice job, Shannon, and you're welcome for all the taxes I pay to keep you vertical. Thanks.
Hey, I was
Yeah,
with the
that's right. You
12.
know,
I paid my own taxes.
hey man, I mean,
How'd you get
apostate Nate could
vertical?
go to a
You
lot
are
more concerts if he didn't have to pay for your healthcare shit. I mean, you're really, really
why is he
killing his
assuming
vibe
I'm
over here.
vertical? Maybe I'm floating. Maybe I'm like a cyborg floating machine because I have the best
Well, I
insurance.
feel like if anybody
insurance
was, it'd be
guaranteed.
somebody who was on the best Medicare and the best Medicaid. It's like the $6 million woman. We have the technology. We can rebuild her. We just have to get the digital transfer from Blue Cross to Humana and get all the what are they called? The
Pre-authorization.
the pre-authorizations, all that
Pre-authorization.
stuff, right? Then we can rebuild her into the best cyborg the best cyborg apostate Nate's money can buy. That's certainly the case. Okay, so Bjorn was what do you say? Raining on your parade. Yes, Bjorn was raining on your parade. He doesn't think that any of this is really going to be too beneficial. I was saying the same thing, so we're both kicking you in the stones.
I have my doubts. I just wanted to put out there that I liked this proposal by RFK because everything I say about RFK, because I really hate the.
Yes, this is the
he's that.
final thing we can say that is all right. This is okay. This is going in the right direction.
I mean, I could have gone off on his whale post today, but I didn't see. I don't think anyone who cut a head off a whale in front of his daughter should say anything about whales ever again.
Okay,
But
so he put a dead bear in Central Park. He also cut the head off of a whale.
and took it home on the top of his car. Yeah, with his daughter.
And
Who was
then
7 at
also
the
had a
time.
brain worm and
That too.
cheated on his wife and she killed herself. Is that a RFK thing?
Oh yeah, that too. Yep.
You can
Yeah.
also be
So,
incarcerated as well. Don't forget that one.
sorry, Bjorn, he was incarcerated. Or he should be incarcerated. Was that what I heard Bjorn say? Something about RFK in jail. All right, we'll leave it there. RFK may be the most interesting man alive now. I mean, now that Jeffrey Epstein was
he
killed in
served
jail,
30
he may
days in
be.
prison in Puerto Rico.
Say that again.
He served 30 days in prison. He served 30 days in prison in Puerto Rico, in a maximum security prison in Puerto Rico.
For what?
For trespassing during a protest.
How do you end up in a maximum security for only 30 days?
I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like we're
to
sending
use
you to the hardest prison in the world for 29 hours. Like what? Like what?
Right. It's like if there's a necessity for the maximum security, then surely it would necessitate a longer sentence as well.
Well, I really don't understand because it says he was arrested for trespassing during a protest in Vallecas, Puerto Rico, and served 30 days in a maximum security prison there. The protest was related to his opposition to the U.S. Navy's use of the island for training exercises. He
Navy
was not
bombing
incarcerated
range.
for any
Yeah.
other reason.
Okay. So yeah, I guess I gotta say, he's an environmentalist. I mean, yeah, 2001. Camp Garcia, Navy
and
bombing range.
And he had a 2-year probation for heroin.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, he was a hardcore drug user.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sounds like he definitely fits deportation requirements.
He does.
Yeah. Yeah. If he had a green card, fuck him. Let's get him out of here. Send him back to Puerto Rico. They don't want him either. Damn it. Send him back to the Isle of Manhattan.
Ireland doesn't want him.
Oh, I said the Isle of Manhattan, but yeah, we could send him back to Ireland. That's a good point too. Yeah, RFK Jr. I got to say, I got a soft spot for him. I know he's nuts, but I think he really does mean well. I think he does want people to be healthier. He just doesn't have the right information, like many Americans, if not the majority of Americans. I think he does want to do well. I really think he's a good actor. I would not call Trump a good actor. I think RFK Jr. just can't get out of his own way. But I think his heart's in the right place. I mean, he may have two hearts. He's like a crazy person.
Yes.
And he
That's
just,
what I
he
wanted
just
to
has
point
that
out.
weird voice. Like
That
he
too.
can't even
Yeah.
talk normal. Like that's how interesting he is that like whenever he talks, you're like, oh wow, listen to that. Like RFK Jr. reads the phone book. I gotta say that it's gotta be more entertaining than me reading the phone book. Okay, speaking of
He is,
entertaining, I want to include people on stereo really quick. One second. We'll continue talking about our love of RFK, but people have left us messages over on stereo, and I want to play them before they get too old. And I have failed on these two, but let's try to get to them real quick. This is LB.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification. Sorry, I'm not super up to date with it. I knew I had to do some, whether it was weapons or just facilities. So, thank you. I appreciate that.
Right back at you, LB. Love the response. Let's hear now from Miss May.
You know, earlier you guys were talking about deportation and whether or not we agree with it. Here's my thing, okay? In the United States, if you come over here illegally, we're gonna send you back home. You broke the law. There's really no two ways about it. And honestly, although we might be manhandling you a little bit, like, really, we're being kind of nice about it. Because best believe if I went into Russia illegally, or let's say North Korea, I'd be lucky if I got a bus ticket home, right? So miss me with this tears about coming here and breaking the law and then you're getting sent back home. You'll probably be back in a week anyways. But come on, really, it's really not as bad as it freaking could be or would be for us if we were to go to another country like they did into ours.
Yeah, that was the whole point I was trying to make. I feel like I may not have made the point as well as you just did about how comparing it to other countries. I've made that point previously on this show, and I think I just like forget to reiterate everything every time it comes up. But we don't have to talk about Russia or North Korea. Just look at Europe. Europe is not pro immigrants. Look at Australia. It's not pro immigrants. Canada's pro immigrant, but it doesn't share a border with Mexico. It shares a border with the most stable and only superpower in the world when you really think about it. So Canada is very diverse. They have a ton of immigration, but they can choose who comes into the country. We have a land border that's wide open. So of course, it's a lot harder for us. But if you stay illegally in the United States versus anywhere in Europe or Australia, you're in a much better situation. That's why I don't feel bad about sending people home. I mean, look up boat people in Australia. Europe is not pro immigrant, and especially some countries in Europe are super anti immigrant. So I agree with you. I don't necessarily need to point to North Korea or Russia, but generally I agree with you. Sorry, Bjorn, your mic's up. Did you want to add something? Bjorn, are you there? I can hear your very cute sounding kids, and I might cut you off. I don't want something to come out that's not supposed to come out. Maybe Bjorn went to the John. Let's
That's what I'm
drop
thinking.
Bjorn. Yeah, I'm gonna drop Bjorn down because I don't want something to like, hey daddy, isn't this your social security number? Like let's stop that from happening. So give us a moment. Okay, so Bjorn is still with us over on stereo. You're more than welcome to join us at any time, but it sounded like you were away from the keyboard, not necessarily on the phone at the moment. And I could hear your kids who we've had on the show before. You've had them say hi. Your wife has joined us on the show. That's always great. But I want it to be when you want that to happen rather than whatever happened and we're hearing what's going on in your home. Okay, so stay with us, Bjorn. Did anyone else over on Twitter have anything to add? Otherwise, I'm getting some more messages over on stereo. All righty, let's go back to stereo. Let's hear from Miss May again.
if it's just me that's hearing it, but it's almost like two shows are playing at once over here on stereo. Like I can hear you and I can hear the messages coming through, but then there's like something else playing really loud, almost like equal volume. And it's figure out what you're saying. Like I said, it sounds like two shows playing at once right now.
Yeah. So, Miss May, let me know if that's still going on. I think that was Bjorn, which is why I threw him down as a listener rather than a co-host over on stereo. I think his mic was on, but he was not around, and I could hear, cute little kid sounds. So, hopefully that's changed and is no longer the case. If that's still the case, let me know, and I'll try to diagnose that as best I can. Okay, it's news debate. I am Lee. Thank you guys for being part of today's show. We are almost at 4 hours, which was my original goal. So we could start wrapping things up now and get people's final thoughts. But I want to take a break. I think my voice is doing fine, but I just physically want to take a break. I have some time today and tomorrow, and I have not been able to do a show for like the last 2 weeks. I had a good stretch where I started doing shows again, and everything was really good. And I haven't done a show for like the last 2 weeks. I might pop back in tonight, like in the next hour or two, maybe around 11 or midnight or whatever the case. And I might do the show. So I might take a break and pop back in, and you might see me a little bit later. I'll post on Twitter and post on Discord before I do so to try to give you an fair warning. Otherwise, just pay attention the rest of tonight. I would like to take a break, drink something, eat something, go to the bathroom, do some scratching, and then maybe jump back on. So twitter.com/NEWZ debate and go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate and click on Discord to join us there. If you like the program and want to have a larger role in it, or just want to reward me for hopefully creating content you enjoy, patreon.com/NEWZ debate. For any amount of money you give me over on Patreon, you become an instant co-host, which means we hear from you a lot more. So, for instance, like Bjorn, who joined us on stereo for much of today's show, for Shannon, who's been with us pretty much the entire time on Twitter Spaces, for Apostate Nate, who's been with us pretty much the entire time on Twitter Spaces, MC Funk, who's been with us pretty much the entire show on Twitter Spaces. There's a bunch of other people who support me as well on Patreon. It's great to be a member of the community. It's really good to get even just a small amount of money for creating content that I believe in and I enjoy doing. Makes me feel great, gives me a little walking around money. Patreon.com/NEWZ debate. And once again, all my links, I also do a live video show as well. You can check out on Twitch and Rumble. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate for all those links. Let me check over on stereo and see if the double show has ended. Okay, so I can read the transcript over on stereo. It sounds like the audio is just weird no matter what. It was double before I got rid of Bjorn, and now it still sounds weird or something. So, yeah, we'll definitely be wrapping up. My apologies if it sounds strange over on stereo. Clearly, my internet today was not doing well. Maybe that'll be better later tonight. But I guess you can still hear me. So we'll just start wrapping things up. Let's just go ahead and do final thoughts. If anybody has a final thought, raise your hand on Twitter Spaces, request to speak on stereo if you're Bjorn, leave another voice message on stereo if you're Bjorn. Bjorn says, wow, things are really delayed on stereo. It sounds insane. Yeah, okay, that's weird. I'll have to go back and listen to that. Okay. MC Funk writes on Discord, Lee, if you want to read through it later, I asked ChatGPT for an assessment on the hypothetical long-term stability of Iran getting a nuclear weapon, and it's an interesting read worth looking at later. I'll just go ahead and do this now. That's fine. Oh, you can share on ChatGPT. I've never seen that before. Okay, so you just go to, how would one share? So you sent me a link, and then you just...
There's a little share option in the top right corner.
Top right corner.
On mine, anyways. I don't know. I mean, maybe
I'll have to look at this later. I'm not seeing it, but whatever the case is, yeah, you sent me this. Let me click on it again. I screwed it up. And I want to read what this says. That's fascinating. Okay. So, ChatGPT from Iran. Oh, wow. This is really deep. Holy cow. Okay. There's a lot of scenarios. Let's just do this final assessment, long-term stability outlook. And I'm going to share this on my video channels. Wow, this is deep. Okay. Scenario. Oh no, this is going. Okay, so yes, the current hypothetical or unfolding US bombing of Iran's nuclear sites fundamentally worsens the outlook for long-term regional and global stability. The only stabilizing path left would be for one forged after Iran completes its nuclear arsenal through a long, dangerous journey of escalation, retaliation, and recalibration. Do you want to give me the gist of that? Yeah, this is deep.
Yeah, so that's why I said it'd be interesting to look at later if you wanted to kind of go through all the things, but because I basically I kind of posed it the hypothetical of like if they did develop a nuclear weapon, like based on everything historically about Iran and the political climate, the geopolitics, their social environment, and kind of geopolitics, resources, everything. Like, can you make an educated kind of guess slash assessment on what that might look like if that happened? And would it be different if they developed it themselves or if it was given to them through a third party? And kind of the initial was basically like, yeah, it would be destabilizing at first, but eventually it's more likely that it would just kind of create more stability in general because, like, yes, they talk a big game, but if you look at how they've responded in like most of their conflicts, they tend to be very calculated, and like it would eventually kind of reduce their use of proxies because like you're operating at a higher tier at that point. But then I kind of said, okay, given that the US has now like actually bombed their nuclear sites. This happened just a few days ago. Does that change the assessment? And it was basically like, whoa, yeah, that changes everything. Basically, like that fucks everything up. So if they did, then it's like way unlikely, or it's way more brittle and just destabilizing in general. So like it might be stable in the future, maybe not, but it's way less. It's way more unstable just in general because of that.
All right, check out. That is a long read. I just scrolled through that, and that is some detailed stuff. Check that out on my Discord server. It's just posted there. Go to bit.ly/NEWZ debate and join us over on Discord. I see that Shannon's hands up. I see that Apostate Nate's hands up. MC Funk, give me any final thoughts. And then after that, I want to jump over. Bjorn is joining us again over on stereo. He said it's like a wild party of weird audio on stereo, but also I just want to get his final thoughts, and then we'll just end the show. So anything else, MC? Good to have you as always, man.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have any closing thoughts. I mean, I think regarding Patreon, I don't I don't jump in shows often anymore, but I like to think when I do so fully.
Yeah, he doesn't mess around. Oh, now I see the share. Yeah, okay. Well, you can share chats over on ChatGPT. I had no idea. Yeah, he's not as here as much as he used to, and that's fine. I mean, his son's getting older. He has a life. I totally get it. And it's not prime time social audio. You remember prime time social audio during the pandemic, and even just sort of after things were getting normal. Like people were still using social audio, and that is not the situation anymore. I thank God, who I do not believe in. I thank God that Twitter Spaces exists, because without Twitter Spaces, I really think like it would be even worse. Just the fact that something that people use around the world millions upon millions of people use Twitter every day. Even more people maybe don't use it every day, but still have access to it. I don't believe that most people have left Twitter. I know a few, but most people still have access to Twitter if they need it. The fact that that has social audio, I really think has saved the whole ecosystem. But yes, it's great to have MC Funk when we can have him. And when we can have him, boy, do we get his full attention. Always great to have you. Bjorn, you're with us over on Stereo. I think you can answer. Do you want to give us some final thoughts before we end the show? And once again, I might be back later tonight.
Yes, we should treat each other more excellently, including immigrants. We are holding bated breath to see what happens with the Middle East. Hopefully, we can bring some true diplomacy in and fill things out, have a lasting ceasefire, and don't trust anything RFK says. He's the devil incarnate, and he's going to take our souls.
So well said, but I want to ask a follow up. So you disagree with me that RFK Jr.'s heart is in the right place? He just can't help himself? Because I would never say that about Trump. I think RFK Jr. does want to help people.
No, I think he does probably believe in what he's saying. I think he's just like he's just too kooky. He just, I think, believes like the conspiracy. He's like a conspiracy theorist who's been elevated to a position of power, which to me is really dangerous because he just rejects all like logic for his own feelings. And so we're just going on whatever is the whim of RFK at this point. And all of his folks that are like propping him up and like inflating his ego. So it's just like a really dangerous time for science. And like we're gonna see how I think what's basically going to happen is that in the
Whoa, we lost you, Bjorn. RFK Jr. sent an assassin to your house. Or are you
what
still
the
with us?
government is
Oh, there you
saying,
are. You're back.
and probably like developing counter resources. Sorry, it got delayed again. I don't know if you heard any of that.
Yeah, we heard most of it, but yeah, just give it. I'll stop talking. You finish, and then we'll end the show.
So basically, I think RFK is a conspiracy theorist who probably believes what he says, but his beliefs are counter to science and are kind of destroying the government system, all as paltry as it is. And what we'll see is the healthcare industry, scientists, and specialties situations will basically decouple from the government and probably just ignore whatever they say and follow their own institution or their own societal guidelines.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably it. That's what's going to happen. All right, let's stay with Bjorn on Stereo, but jump back over to Twitter Spaces. Let's hear from Shannon. Has her hand up. Apostate Nate's hand was up. Apostate Nate, we'd love to hear from you before we end the show, but Shannon, take it away.
That assassin was for me, not RFK, because Bajorna has just made my life,
That's
horrid. I have to go
right.
check my 18 meds.
Some lady's
I
going
have
to
to
come to
check
your
my
house
18
and look like
meds.
she's using the ladder to do some roof work. That ladder she fell off to get on Medicaid, and then she's going to beat you to death with it. No, sorry. All right, yes, back to you, Shannon.
It was a great show, Lee. I'm going to go check my 18 medications and see where they're made so I can, not hate Bajorna anymore. And I'm going to get some food, but I'll be back on later.
Yeah, sorry, Shannon. Yeah, you're not going to save yourself from that ladder beating, Bjorn. You can't even try now. All right, this is good. We're having some culpability here at the end. All right, yeah. So thank you, Shannon. Now, Apostate Nate. We lost Apostate Nate. Okay, so he's not with us over there, but big thanks to Apostate Nate, who's been with us the entire show, right up until the very end. Finally, let's go ahead and ask President Trump a few different things. Mr. President, we're about to end the show, but I wanted to ask you about the topics that we've been discussing. So, what are your plans for immigration coming up here in the next few months?
It's been a great conversation, but let's get down to business. My plans are to keep winning, to keep making America great again, and to make sure that our country is safe and prosperous for all Americans, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Folks, let me tell you, immigration is a big league issue, and we're going to tackle it head on with strength, with power, and with a plan that's going to make America so great, so strong, and so proud.
So that's immigration. What are you going to do about Iran? We just bombed Iran. What are your plans for Iran coming up in the next 2 weeks?
Iran is a mess, a total mess, and we're not going to take it lying down. We're going to be tough. We're going to be strong, and we're going to make sure they understand that we're not afraid of them. And as for the next 2 weeks, let's just say it's going to be a wild ride.
And then someone remind me, we talked about the border. We talked about Iran. Oh, we talked about medical. That's right. Yeah. And then finally, Mr. President, RFK Jr. and Dr. Oz have just announced some voluntary guidelines from 6 of the big insurance companies. What are your upcoming plans for healthcare in the United States?
The healthcare system in this country is a disaster. And those so-called voluntary guidelines are just a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem. We need a complete overhaul. And I'm the only one who can make it happen, believe me.
He's the only one. What's not to like? All right, big thanks to everybody. Check me out on bit.ly/NEWZ debate. Give me some time here. You might see me again later tonight. I missed the late night shows. The schedule just doesn't really allow it anymore. But hey, today and tomorrow, maybe it will. Big thanks to everybody, and I hope to have you join me again sometime soon. Bye-bye.